city of Monterey at 4 o'clock. And let's move right into the consent items. First item is the approval of the minutes for September 22nd.
How about a roll call?
Oh, beg your pardon. Thank you. Jennifer, if we could have a roll call.
Sure thing. We have Chair Brassfield,
Present.
Vice Chair Freeman, not present. Commissioner Dawson.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Fletcher.
Here.
Commissioner Latassa.
Present.
Commissioner Milich.
Here.
And Commissioner Reed.
Present.
Fantastic. Thank you. And for staff, we have myself, Jennifer Cleary, Admin Assistant for Planning, as well as Sarah Zeal, another Admin Assistant. We have planners, Fernando Roveri, Christy Sabdo, and Community Development Director, Kim Cole.
First item.
Thank you. Back
Okay.
to you.
Then let's move on to consent items. First part of it is approval of minutes. Any comments from the September 22nd meeting?
No.
Move to approve as submitted. This is Hanson Reed.
Second?
I'll second that, Terry Latassa.
Thank you. A first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. By roll call.
Chair
Jennifer, we-
Brassfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman is still absent. Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Aye.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The other item of consent is consider 575 Foam Street. Is there anyone wish to pull the item for discussion? Or may we pass it as a consent item? Hearing no consideration.
I'll move to
So
approve.
before we do that, we just need to ask Jennifer, do any members of the public want to pull this item? 575 Foam Street.
I have not received any public for 575 foam. I did receive a public for the, a public comment for the minute just before this meeting started, but have not received anything for 575 foam.
Okay, I didn't see, in that I didn't see any objection to it going forward.
So this is Hanson Reed. I move to approve as submitted.
And the second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Fletcher. All in favor by roll call?
I'm sorry, was the second Commissioner Fletcher?
Yes.
Perfect. And for the roll call, we have Chair Brassfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Aye.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
You?
Great, thank you. And just a note, Vice Chair Freeman is absent.
Thank you. Next item is approved number 2 Portola Plaza. And this is a continuation from our September 22nd meeting. We have a presentation by staff.
Chair Brassfield, I'd like to introduce again Jerry Hiddleman, who is a contract planner for the city of Monterey with Rincon Consultants. He presented to you the last time the project and will be presenting the continuance this afternoon as well. We do have at your disposal this afternoon RF engineers, the project RF engineer, which is Bill Hammett, and the City of Monterey RF engineer, which is Mr. Offerbach. And we also have the applicant available to answer technical questions. So you'll have a wide variety of people, in addition to the public, to hear from this afternoon. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jerry Hittleman. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Kim. I'll share my screen now. And I think it's disabled, it says, Kim, for the screen share for the PowerPoint.
I'll let Jennifer unmute you. If not, I can bring up the presentation. So
Okay.
we should.
I just changed the settings. Go ahead and try again.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Can everybody see the presentation now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. As Kim had said, this is a continuation of the other hearing that was on September 1st. And what I'll do is just briefly go over the project again, the project description, and then I'll move into the items that were brought up at the last Planning Commission, items that needed to be addressed. So first, I'll go through the project description. This is the removal of 9 existing panel antennas at the Portola Hotel, installation of 9 new panel antennas, removal and installation of new associated support equipment. The ownership, this has been clarified, and we'll go through that, is the Custom House Hotel LP. Applicant is James Phillips, Mastec. The wireless carrier is actually AT&T, but now they're called Singular legally. And we can go into that if necessary. Zoning is visitor accommodation facilities, and the general plan designation is commercial. So again, the project review process for this wireless facility is it's being processed as a new facility because they have an expanded lease area. The purpose is to provide improved 4G service and install FirstNet, First Responders 4G network. There is a 150-day shot clock for new projects, and that ends on December 7th, 2020. So again, I think you're all familiar with the location, the roof of the Portola Hotel. Here's a little bit of a blow up of the project location on the roof. There's a number of buildings out there, but it's pretty much the central building, and you can see how the antenna arrays are arranged again, 3 per sector. I believe it's south, east, and west. There's a blow up of those antenna sectors. On the left-hand side, you can see the existing antennas are fairly close together, but they're at different points on the roof, and they're behind what's called a fiberglass reinforced plastic screen, or FRP screen. The same thing will occur on the right-hand side for the proposed. The antennas are spread out a little bit more. There'll be new antennas, and again, they'll be behind a screen and won't be visible to the public. There is some support equipment going in, and this shows how it will look on the roof. But it'll be behind screens on the roof. And this just shows the existing on top and proposed on the bottom. And that is the 3 existing antennas on top are a little bit close together, and the new ones will be spread out more, and they'll be a little bit different configuration, but basically the same location. So here are the Planning Commission continuous issues. You had asked, and the public did as well, to provide additional analysis regarding vertical as well as horizontal radio frequency emissions. So we have, as you saw in the staff report, nice vertical figure that shows that, and we can go into more detail. We have the experts here, as Kim had mentioned. We have Bill Hammett, who wrote the report, and our city's RF engineer, Lee Afflebeck. Then we wanted to address the potential for RF beam tilt during disaster events, such as a seismic event or others. Potential cumulative RF impacts. You'll see that there are some antennas across the street at the Marriott Hotel. And then we wanted to clarify what the correct property owner was on the project application and that it was signed. And we do have a new application package that's signed with the correct ownership name. So here's the vertical antenna RF exposure pattern. And you can see we have the red arrows pointing out from where the antennas will be replaced. And the one that's critical is the larger arrow that's pointing down with the 180 degrees on the bottom. And that's pointing to the south, as you can see, towards where there are some hotel rooms. And this is the figure we had at the last meeting. And this is where you ask for the vertical or orientation of what the RF emissions would look like. And here's that figure. So you can see on the left, those are the antennas. And then we do have the yellow circle is the 100% occupational limit, which is limited to the roof area, as you can see. And then the 100% public limit, which is, again, oriented towards the roof area. And then at the rooms along the top, it would be below the FCC regulated standard at about 50% of that standard, 72% maximum, and then 39% on the floor below. And again, I won't go into great detail. If you want more detail, we do have the experts here, but I think this is a good illustrative figure. And we can bring this up again if there are any questions. So the RF study did recommend that given the RF emissions, that the roof area be locked to prohibit unauthorized access to the roof, training of authorized roof workers and RF safety procedures, making certain areas at the equipment, or marking certain areas at the equipment well. So there will be some signage and markings up there of any areas that are dangerous. Explanatory signs, again, at doors and markings and at the antennas, and then submit a post-construction, once it's constructed, RF coverage map for the roof area, just to make sure that all this information we're presenting tonight is accurately portrayed or shown when the actual equipment is installed, or else they won't be able to operate it. Now, there were some questions about the RF beam tilt potential. And first of all, the RF report and the supplement took into account every possible combination available of beam tilt for all frequency bands in each antenna. We looked at the worst case scenario. As you can see, structural report was submitted to ensure that all building and structural codes are met for the brackets that hold those antennas in place, so they can't just move on their own. So this will be checked by the building department and inspected by them as well. Now, in terms of a seismic event, the antenna could be shut down if needed, but again, this is for FirstNet, which is the emergency services. So during a seismic event, probably the hotel would be totally evacuated, and you'd want to have cell service to make sure you had that during an emergency event. We also looked at cumulative impacts, and as you know, the taller Marriott hotel antennas are located about 450 feet away from the nearest rooms at the Portola Hotel. I'll show you a figure of this in a second, but the antennas are oriented away from the Portola Hotel, and the maximum RF contribution at the Portola Hotel from the Marriott base stations is about 0.7% of the public limit. These calculations, again, are based on worst case scenarios. So as you can see, we do have the Portola Hotel and the facilities up here. Here's the Marriott. You can see it's 450 feet away, across the street. And we do have, their orientation is a little bit different. And again, they'll be at about 0.7% of the public limit at these hotel rooms. So very far below the limits. Now, there was some question about the property owner official name and authorization. The official name is actually Custom House Hotel LP. And we do have the signature on the revised application from Janine Chikarat. Hope I'm pronouncing that right, who is the general manager, and the revised application form was submitted to the city. So with that, we do recommend, as we did last time, that you approve the use permit to amend use permit 16381 with the recommended findings for decision and conditions of approval. We do have, this is time to answer questions. And again, we do have the experts here as needed. So I can leave the PowerPoint up, or we could bring it up as needed, or whatever the chair would like to see.
So this is Hanson. I just have one quick question, and it goes back to the slide showing the vertical on the blue and the yellow bubbles.
Yes.
Okay. And so I believe, and I'm not asking this question as to be difficult at all, but you know, it's just nice and convenient that it actually stops right above the rooms. I just want to make sure, and I'm not, again, saying that anybody didn't do anything, that this is not an accurate depiction of what it really looks like. But I just wanted to make sure, and for the public to say that this in fact is what it is, and it's you know, it's not any kind of manipulation or anything like that. That's all. Because again, it looks, when you look at this, like, wow, it's just, you know, our question was, what is the impact on the rooms? And lo and behold, 100% is literally, you know, a couple feet above the room. So that's all.
And again, worst case scenario is shown here. This
Okay.
is absolute worst case.
I have a question, Mike Dawson.
Go ahead, Mike.
If it says 72%, is that 72% momentary, or is that 72% if you're sitting in there all day? I think there's a difference.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I couldn't answer that, but we do have Bill Hammett, the RF engineer who produced this report, and I'll pass it over to him for that answer.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Jerry. My name is Bill Hammett, registered professional engineer in California. 35 years doing this work, 20,000 plus site evaluations. McGraw-Hill's published my book. As engineers, we just deal in the facts and how do the levels compare to the standard. The 72 and 50 and 39, 72 is the maximum at any of these balconies. Keep in mind that the balconies are 2 feet deep, not wide enough to hold a chair. So this is right at the face of the balcony. Once you're inside the room, you have all the building materials that the signal has to pass through, as well as the stucco dividers between the different balconies. So the 72 is a way conservative number. In actuality, any place you would sit, you're going to be much, much lower, to 10 times below, probably.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yeah, this is Terry Latassa. So Mr. Hammett, let's take the 72% room, which appears to be the worst case.
No, you take that room.
That's on the that's a measurement, like you said, on the exterior of the building on the balcony. But a question came up in one of the correspondence about where that 72% is measured. Is that at the ceiling of the room or the floor of the room?
That's calculated for a person standing on. Oh, sorry to interrupt. That's calculated for a person standing on the floor of the balcony, standing right at the balcony. It's an average over the entire body, which is the way that the standard is assessed.
I see.
So if you could reach up, you'd have to get out of the room and onto the roof in order to get to the 100%. And there is no access in that way. But if you were to stand on the railing and reach up and put your hand up there, you could, in theory, if all the worst cases all added up at the same time, get to a point where it's 100%. That means there's still a 50 times safety factor below anything that science says is any impact. So it's not like that's a danger zone. That's just a compliance zone for the 50 times safety factor.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify then, a 6 foot high person standing on the balcony, that 72% is the average that 6 foot high person experiences.
Yes, we assume that it's a 2-meter person, 6'7",
Right.
and do the calculations on that basis.
Okay. Okay. So it'll be higher than that at the ceiling of the room, and
No,
lower.
If you get to the ceiling of the room, there is no direct line of sight to the antennas. Most
Right.
of these rooms, well, in fact, all the rooms are completely shadowed from the antenna by the stucco walls, stucco dividers between the balconies and the
Right.
roof of the building materials. So things where anybody could stay for more than just standing outside and draping a towel over or enjoying the view. But if you're going to sit any place, you're going to be inside. And
Okay.
the levels, as I say, will be much, much lower.
Right. So just a typical roof construction over that room. It looks like it's concrete tiles and probably plywood and rafters and a sheetrock ceiling. Those really effectively block the UVs or whatever they are. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, it's not ultraviolet, but
I'm
it's
sorry, yeah.
radio frequencies, and yes,
RF.
heavily attenuated by the building materials, and that's been
Okay.
shown time and again.
Okay. Thank you.
A follow-up on that question. I think you refer to it in the report as significantly lower due to intervening building materials. What does that really mean in regards to danger? Significantly.
Well, none of these are danger levels. The danger level is 50 times higher than the blue edge. So this is just a question of compliance. It's going to be inside the rooms. It would be single-digit percents. It's going to be much, much lower inside the rooms. We do a lot of work around Sutro Tower up here in San Francisco, and they go inside people's homes and measure, and their levels are really low. And they always ask the question, would you live here? And I always answer the question happily. Next time I come to Monterey, I'd be happy to stay in that room.
Well, the question asked to me by a member of the public was, if this was a patio of your house with you had kids playing on it all day long, would that be the same consideration? So I'll ask you if we're talking momentary or we're talking a duration of time being exposed.
Well, the standards are based on full-time exposure, unlimited, 24/7. So that's yet another conservative factor that's built into all of this practice that the carriers have to go through. And I have at my house the local nonprofit FM station on a tree at my house and raised my 3 boys there. So yes, I have no problem if that were a patio at my house.
Thank you. Any other questions one other question on that regard. Jerry, could you bring up the picture with the red arrows showing the roof? Now, because of the angle of those antennae, it seems that it exposes that side to more direct RF. If those antennas, if that building with outboard towards the bottom of the arrow was shifted to the left, would that reduce that on the balconies?
If they were rotated instead of 180, but 190 degrees or 200.
Well, I'm saying actually mounting them on the building to the left of where they are now to be proposed.
Oh, mounting them further to the west. Yes, that would change the numbers, and the numbers would be lower. It would still be in compliance.
Is that possible?
That's a design issue for AT&T. That's what we don't design the facilities. We do the evaluation of their compliance with the safety limits.
Okay, but it would reduce the numbers on the patio?
The numbers would be lower if the antennas were moved to the left. You're correct in that understanding.
Thank you. On the question of the 18% or 12% tilt, down tilt, how much of that is an increase of danger? If what percentage on the 18 figure, 20 or 16? What is it that is the 18% is optimum?
I fully expect that AT&T will run with less down tilt. The capability of the antenna is to accommodate as much as 18%. And so when we run our calculations, we have every pattern, every different shape of the antenna on the bottom of the main lobe of energy. We have every pattern at all the different down tilt levels. And it isn't that it's necessarily the worst at 18. It could be a lobe or something that anyway, we calculate every possible configuration. My expectation is that they're not going to want that much down tilt. They're going to want a little less down tilt in order to reach out past the Civic Center just to the right-hand side of the photograph. So, but we don't control that. And so we looked at every possible combination, and that's what we come up with for this figure. In reality, all these numbers are going to be much lower because probably it's going to be at a higher, less down tilt, at a more horizontal direction.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the commission?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Hammett, can you please go back to the aerial view? I think it's your slide number 1. Yeah, that one. So when you look at there are 3 arrows. The arrow to the right, the arrowhead right on top of a building there. What's inside of that building right underneath that arrowhead?
It's my understanding that those are continuation of the rooms in the hotel, that those are separate buildings that have just additional rooms.
Okay. So sort of elevation kind of section showing the effects on those balconies. What about this arrow going to the right? Did you do a similar vertical study of the RFs, going in that direction?
We did not make a similar presentation. We had already considered the exposure levels at those locations. So when we do the evaluation, we look at every possible location where people could be of the public. Then we also look at every possible location where a worker could be on the roof and develop all of those. The highest levels were due to this 180 degree pointed straight to the south. But we also looked at the others as well, and those numbers were considerably lower than the ones that we reported. We reported maximum exposure level, and if that's below 100%, then the carrier has satisfied that threshold condition for preemption.
I see. So there's no evidence in the report of what the RF levels are on the balconies right underneath that arrowhead on the right. But you're saying since it's lower than the strongest RF sort of beams, that it's not included in the report.
That's exactly right. We take the maximum condition and report that. If that's under 100%, then that's the threshold condition that the carrier has to meet.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, I would like to open it up for public comment. Jennifer, do we have any?
Sure, we actually do have a few people on the call, but I wanted to take a moment first to just describe an update on our new process for public comments. So I just wanted to read through that and share the information really quickly. So we do have a new process in place for public participation. We encourage members of the public to join our Zoom meeting via Zoom Gov, which is a secure service for use by government agencies. Joining on Zoom is preferred because there is no lag time and you're connected live in real time to the meeting. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey. And please note there's an approximate 10-second delay. And it's also streamed on Comcast channel 25, where there can be up to a 90-second delay. If you plan on making a public comment, join the meeting using Zoom on the app or by telephone, making sure you join in time to accommodate the delay. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer or phone, use the link or phone number on the agenda found at isearch@monterey.org. And since the meeting has started, you'll find it under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the meeting ID, which is 161-563-6904. And then if you're prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. And we also have more detailed instructions at monterey.org/public meetings. During the meeting, to make a public comment, raise your hand using Zoom, or excuse me, if you're connected by phone, dial 9 to raise your hand, then press *6 to unmute yourself when called upon. Let me take a look. And it looks like we do have 6 attendees, but I'm not seeing anyone raising their hands to speak. So anyone from the public?
Jennifer, Sarah,
for
for the record, can you just remind people how to raise their hand again, please?
Sure, absolutely. So to raise your hand, go ahead and do *9. So if you'd like to raise your hand, please do *9. Okay, so it looks like I do have someone raising their hand. So I'm going ahead and going to allow the number ending in 899 to talk. And I'm also going to set a 3-minute timer for our public comment. Give me one moment. Okay, and then let's see, number 896. You have to tell them how to unmute. To unmute for number 899, please press *6, but you are permitted to speak. You'll just need to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
I'm unmuted now. This is Nina Beatty.
Oh, yes,
I wanted
you
to
are
make.
on.
Okay, great.
And I'll go ahead and start that public timer right now.
Okay, super. Thank you. I wanted to call and comment on this project. The Planning Commission received a letter that I sent about a half an hour ago requesting disabled accommodation on this project and asking for a pause in the permitting process until the disabled accommodation matter can be resolved under state and federal law and the applicable ordinances. I have not been received any contact from the city about my request for disabled accommodation on this project. I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity. The applicant, the carrier, has turned on another FirstNet project that was on the Hyatt building. And when it was turned on, I had an exacerbated disabling health effects. And that tower, it was less powerful than this one. This is approximately double the energy, the effective radiated power of that one. And it's also closer to my home. This radiation is going into my home and it's affecting my use and enjoyment of my home. So I want this project paused until the city is dealing with my accommodation request as pertains to this permit. I haven't seen any information about the walkway that was possibly going to have radiation over FCC limits. I haven't heard any conversation about the liability issue and the insurance issue. I don't know what LLC stands for with the carrier's name, or whether this is the company that actually provides FirstNet service, because the documents with the federal government is that AT&T Inc. is the only company that provides FirstNet service.
Call from Doctor.
Excuse me?
Hello?
Excuse me, am I still on this?
You're still going, Nina.
You're still
Okay.
on. It appears someone else is unmuted.
Okay, I'm hearing noise on the line. There's no, when you have required, the Planning Commission has required an RF report. I have asked the city for months for the post-construction RF report on the Hyatt and the community hospital one, and have not received anything. So I don't know that these are actually being done. There's no proven significant gap in coverage. That hasn't even been discussed with this project. It certainly hasn't come up in this hearing. The 50-time safety factor is a semantic that was debunked by Pong Research Corporation before the FCC, and I'm surprised it's still being promulgated before officials. I completely oppose this project. It's going to interfere with my home. It's going to block my access to the coast. It's likely a violation of the Coastal Act. It's going to block my access to essential services in the downtown area. And there are other people like me in Monterey and who come to visit. I'm surprised that the city has not considered the impact of tourism from people like me that want to come visit Monterey, who will be deterred from doing so because this will cause exacerbating health effects for the people who are disabled. So there are lots of issues that have not even been covered. The liability issue is a serious one, and I'm still waiting for some sort of confirmation that the indemnification isn't just a paper that doesn't really cover the city in the event of any effects. I listed my questions in my letter to the commission yesterday, and I haven't heard anything mentioned about those.
Thank you so much for your comment. We have met the 3-minute time limit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have anyone else that would like to speak on this matter in the public comment? Oh, it looks like I just had one other person raise their hand. So number ending in 376, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk, but please go ahead and unmute so that we can hear your public comments.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And we're starting the timer right now. Thank you.
Okay, yes. So I'm hereby submitting my formal opposition to the permit amendment for modifications of the wireless facility at 2 Portola Plaza. The CTC's review of the project states that the maximum public exposure.
Can you state your name quickly for the record?
Oh yeah, sorry, Naveen Albert.
Thank you very much, Naveen.
Yeah, so the CTC's review of the project states that the maximum public exposure from the AT&T antennas could be 70% of the FCC's limit. The FCC's limits, however, have no basis in human or environmental health whatsoever, and the FCC does not have any medical experts involved in setting its guidelines. Its radio frequency limits are among the highest in the world. Other limits in many countries, such as those in Europe, are far lower than ours, and the levels of radiation the CTC indicated could be expected are illegal in many countries. Furthermore, thousands of peer-reviewed, non-industry funded studies show serious biological harm to humans, plants, trees, bees, and birds from this radiation at levels that are hundreds of times lower than those permitted by FCC guidelines. So the FCC guidelines are not based on science. They have no scientific or medical authority. So don't be fooled by references to these guidelines. Applicants repeatedly appeal to them, but the fact is that these guidelines are completely medically arbitrary, and they're already so high as to be completely meaningless. At these extremely high and biologically hazardous levels of radiation, it will be a serious problem for those with electromagnetic sensitivities. There are many disabled individuals protected by California and federal law under the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Americans with Disabilities Amendment Act, Fair Housing Act, and Fair Housing Amendment Act that prohibit discrimination on the basis of disability. And to those with these sensitivities, Portola Plaza would be completely inhospitable to them, and it would bar them from using these facilities. These antennas are very powerful. They blanket the entire downtown area with really high levels of microwave radiation affecting visitors, residents, businesses, otters, marine animals, birds at the harbor, etc. And it will also affect trees and other wildlife. So you can certainly expect tourism to fall if these antennas go in. Many individuals will no longer be able to use these facilities, and health-conscious individuals will choose to voluntarily avoid them. It's reckless, foolish, and negligent to proceed with this project when there are so many very serious risks involved with these antennas threatening to those nearby. So for these reasons, please deny AT&T's application, which would absolutely decimate the downtown area and Portola Plaza in particular.
Thank you. And the time is up, but thank you for your public comment. And do we have any other members of the public that would like to raise their hands and speak on this matter? Again, you would press *9 to raise your hand, and I could give you permission to share your public comments. Okay. Doesn't look like I have anyone else raising their hand at this time, but I'll be sure to making the note if we have anyone else that wants to share a public comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Chair Brassfield, are you able to, I think you're muted right now. I think it's turned back to you. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you. Any thoughts on what we're going to go when we bring it back to commission?
This is Hanson. You know, I don't see how we can deny this. It seems like they've answered all of our questions. You know, just if anybody's been following what's happened in Carmel, and then this is kind of off topic a little bit, but you know, cities don't have a lot of control on this. As long as they meet the guidelines, you know, there's not a lot we can do. And in reality, I you know, they've done everything we have asked them, and I support the project based upon that all the boxes are checked, and that we have to approve this.
Any other comments?
Okay, so then if you don't have any other, you might you have comments, Mike. Well, I'll wait because I know you have comments.
Yeah. Actually, I asked the question of their proposed engineer if they could move the antenna to reduce the impact on the balconies, and he said yes, a qualified yes, I believe. And I don't know if we could put that as a request in any response. What's your thoughts?
Problem I have with that, to Sheriff Brassfield, is that AT&T designed it, and we're not in the design business. And so, you know, unless we continue it to have AT&T answer the questions, I would second Hanson's motion to approve it, because we really don't have a whole lot of discretion involved.
Mike?
And we're not in the design business, so.
Yep. Most of us aren't. Mike, any comment? Any other comments?
This is Terry. I'm not going to vote in favor of this motion. I understand what Hanson said. They have checked all the boxes, and we do have these federal laws that sort of guide us in our deliberations. But I am not comfortable with these antennas sending RF beams onto these balconies and into these hotel rooms. I just don't think it's appropriate. 72%, yeah, but I just am not comfortable with the locations of these devices, these powerful devices going right into hotel rooms and their balconies.
Thanks, Derek. Fletcher? Commissioner Fletcher? Any comment?
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute there. These applications are always frustrating to me on some level. It seems that a lot of the opposition that we hear from our community members, it needs to be directed at the level where changes could be made in the parameters by which we have to apply you know, our thoughts in evaluating these things, and that's frustrating to me. I feel the same way as Hanson does, is that, you know, the questions have been answered, the application is you know, responded to, and for those reasons I would support this.
Thank you. No other comments? I think we have a first and a second.
Well, so let me just rephrase my first. I didn't really make a motion.
Can I interrupt to ask a question? Could I interrupt to ask a question? I've been trying to join the meeting now for a half an hour, 45 minutes, and I finally have gotten in, really don't know how. What item are we on?
Item number 3.
I think it's 3.
We are on the new cell tower continuation from last.
Number 4.
Yeah, but it's continuation from the last meeting.
So
Yeah.
it's the cell phones on the Portola?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Freeman, if you've not been in attendance for this item, we'll just ask that you abstain during the vote.
Certainly.
You can start with the next one. Thank you very much.
So then, hearing nothing, I would move that we approve use permit 20-0171 to allow a modified personal wireless service facility at 2 Portola Plaza, with the findings and the conditions of approvals as submitted in our packet.
Stephen Milich, second.
First and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor by roll call?
Hi there. First, we have Chair Brassfield.
We have a lot of feedback.
No.
Sorry, my volume was down. Can you repeat that one more time?
No.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Freeman is abstaining. Commissioner Dawson?
No.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa?
No.
Commissioner Milich?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
So we have a tie. We have 3 votes for and 3 against and 1 abstention.
And I see our city attorneys on the line. Chrissy, can you clarify a tie vote, what that means? Sorry, you're muted, Chrissy.
I'm sorry. It means that the motion does not pass when there's a tie. So it's the equivalent of being no action on this matter. This tape is recorded. I'm not sure how quickly or easily it could be rewound for Commissioner Freeman to review what has just occurred, and then she could fully participate if she takes the opportunity to do that. Maybe there's a different motion with different findings. I'm not sure. Otherwise, it's a tie, which means there's no action. And then there'll be a shot clock issue. And I should, just as a reminder, that these decisions, if you're voting yes or if you're voting no, it has to be based on substantial evidence in the record. And so you need to be thinking, if you're voting against this, what is the basis and what are the factual findings for a denial in the record. And again, RF emissions, as long as there's evidence in the record that they are compliant and we don't have evidence to the contrary, is not grounds for a denial.
Yeah, so this is haunted. I'm just, what I can say is that you guys are setting, you have no basis to vote no. 0, you are voting based upon nothing on the record, putting things in the record that are damaging the city. You're going to end up, by your no votes, costing the city a lot of money in the future. And I just think that that's ridiculous. We have a job to do, and and on the planning commission, we have to make tough decisions. And this is a tough decision. This is not a decision that we make lightly. It has nothing to do with the thought of us worrying about the health and safety of the citizens. It has nothing to do with that. It has our job to do. We have a job to do this. We don't have a choice in this. And it just really bothers me when we act like we are going to, we don't have to do our job. No, we're going to ignore it. We're not going to, we don't care what the findings are. We don't care what our job is. We're going to do something else. And that really bothers me. So, I don't know. We can't make, in reality, we're stuck unless Sandy can watch 45 minutes worth of video and get caught up. We're stuck. There's nothing we can do. And I just, it's times like this that you have to, really take your job seriously.
Thank you, Hanson. Any other comments?
I'd like to defend my no vote. I've voted for every single one of these cell tower applications in the past for the very reasons that Commissioner Reed has mentioned. But this one is different. This one, they're putting these RF beams right into hotel rooms. The one beam to the right that they did not provide the the sections that we requested. That was not provided because it was less than the most powerful beam that was shown going down on the on that plan. And but on the other hand, that one beam was going not that glancing blow of the balcony, but it appeared to be going right into the hotel room. And I assume they're gonna, if they were to provide a section of that, we would see that it was, maybe it misses the hotel room or something. But I find, as I said before, the location of these very powerful devices on the roof of a hotel, beaming these RF beams into these hotel rooms and balconies, I just don't find that acceptable in a public health sense. So I'm sorry that I'm not that you think I'm not following the rules in this case, but I think that is our job. We're not just these automatons doing what the FCC tells us to do. We are looking at the health and safety of our citizens. So that's it.
Mike?
I voted against it for pretty much the same reason that Terry did. Looking at the record, I see one spot where the EMF summary, the max cumulative in one of those beams is 739%. I think that's enough to fry a bird in flight. So I really, and I've worked on some of these not for film, but for cable TV. We had a microwave jump from Fort Ord to the city of Monterey, and I worked on that a lot. And I'm afraid that maybe my hands got a little fried when I was working on some of those. But I know that they're dangerous. And when somebody says 739% of the allowable for a person, I'm sure that that'll do some damage.
Thank you. My comments are pretty short. I sat through about 125 hours of meetings discussing this issue. I fully understand that the rules of the FCC that talk about that we cannot use it for health, but that's why I asked the question about moving the transmitters. And if you want, I can maybe make a motion to that respect, but it is, in my mind, we have to balance the interest of our citizens versus what the industry wants. And it's a plaything to the industry. They can do whatever, almost anything that they wish. So I'll try to qualify this by making a motion that we approve this issue if they move those transmitters so that it reduces the impact on those balconies. And I'll let it lie at that.
Mike, my only comment is now they're probably going to have to run new calculations on all that stuff, right? I mean, we're acting as, so to respond, I without James Phillips, without their approval of this, I wouldn't. I don't even know what to do. I don't know what to do with that. I have no idea how to respond. But I would also say this, that the health and safety issues are not specifically exempt. I'm doing what we're supposed to do. Health and safety is clearly important, but again, we're not allowed to make that consideration. So
Let me jump in here if I might. Two things. Number one, I don't think a motion would be in order on a theoretical situation because we don't know what they're going to move or whether they'll move or not. And secondly, as a practical matter, maybe we address it to Kim or the city attorney. But now that it's tied 3-3, no action is taken, what is the next procedural step for the applicant? Does somebody
Kim?
answer that, please?
Kim?
I think you have a few options available to the commission. There can be a motion to deny the project, but you'll have to base it on substantial evidence. And the commission would be challenged to come up with those findings. Number two, you could continue the project to, I think our next meeting's November 10th, which would give Commissioner Freeman an opportunity to review the record. And then we can see where that vote lies, either in favor or against. We will have challenges with our shot clock. The shot clock ends December 7th. So if an appeal is filed on the December 10th decision, I'm just looking at the calendar, that would have to be filed by, I believe, November 13th. And I would be really challenged to get that on the second meeting in November, as it's probably impossible. I'd probably have to ask AT&T to enter into an agreement to extend the shot clock for the appeal to be allowed to occur. So those are the options I see.
Special meeting.
What is the option for the applicant? Does the applicant have a right to appeal from a tied vote to the city council?
Right, Ms. Davi, can you help me with that? I think it's a tied vote is a denial, so you would have to have a substantial findings in the record for the denial. I'm wondering if Chrissy's having problems with connectivity.
She's muted.
Yeah.
We have the shot clock, and with the that being automatic approval, if you know action isn't taken within that period of time,
It's deemed approved.
It'll deemed approved. Yeah.
So I assume that Chrissy is locked out because for some reason on Zoom. If you want to take a 2-minute recess, her office is about 30 steps from mine, and I could go and get her to come to my office so she could speak on this on my connection if we need to do that.
Sounds good. Let's recess for 2 minutes.
Okay, give me 3.
Got it. So, Chrissy, you got some information for us?
I'm here, and so I understand there was just some questions about how to move forward from here, and I'm curious to hear the applicant's thoughts on this. So under procedural rules, a tie vote is the equivalent of no action. So it's not an approval, it's just no action was taken on it. So it has not been approved.
Fortunate.
As you know, under the federal rules, they have rights where if you don't approve or deny in writing with findings, they can ask for it to be deemed approved. So that would be something that could potentially happen here without having an action on this application.
Well, fortunately, the applicant wants to make a presentation. He said he tried to raise his hand but didn't get to comment earlier, so he said he could speak.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
then what I would suggest is that the hearing then is being reopened, and public comment would need to be reopened. It's almost for due process purposes. So what I would suggest, if AT&T does not have an objection, is that if we're going to have to reopen the public hearing anyway, that Commissioner Freeman be given an opportunity to also review up to this point and then participate fully.
I have a comment. This is Terry Latassa. If it was acceptable to Commissioner Freeman or Vice Chair Freeman, she could possibly review what was discussed during the previous 45 minutes during our break, and then we could hear it after. Is it possible to do that sort of thing? Or we could take another vote after?
Yes, so if that's agreeable to everybody, yes, that would be one method of addressing this. But if the applicant was trying to make a presentation and if they were not able to do so for due process purposes, we need to reopen the hearing and allow that to happen and reopen public comment as well.
And I need to just state, I've never before tried to go and review a video during a meeting. Typically, it takes like the next day for AMP to post our videos. So I don't know whether it will be accessible during a meeting that's currently being taped. You know, there's a block of time. So I don't know how, I've never asked that technical question nor been confronted with that. So it may not be possible for Commissioner Freeman to review the tape during the dinner break. But AT&T is, Mr. Phillips is on the line. He could be unmuted and.
Well, I suggest we allow him anyway, because of COVID-19, we're making all kinds of accommodations. So I'll open up public comment from Mr. Phillips. So, Mr. Phillips, if you would.
Thank you all very much. And I understand the concerns from the city and the Planning Commission and the public in general. I just had initially just some thoughts because I'm the person putting the nuts and bolts together to actually build this. And I just kind of wanted to express my thoughts on the matter to you. And Mr. Brassfield, in regard to the antenna locations, those antenna locations were originally approved and kind of dictated under the guise of what the city of Monterey allowed at the time when the cell site was built, because we can't exactly just throw up 200-foot monopoles in the middle of the city of Monterey. You know, there's certain regulations that are confined and create this atmosphere to disguise the cell sites so it doesn't, disrepresent the beauty of the city of Monterey or create obscene, obstacles, so to speak, in people's line of sight views. So that's why these rooftops are chosen, is because of what originally the city of Monterey allowed. That being said, where the antennas are at now, it's physically almost impossible. I'm looking at now to move those antennas to a different location to achieve what AT&T is trying to configure. And please keep in mind that the antenna locations that they have and that 180 degrees, so to speak, that is actually set, and that's actually coordinating with all the other cell sites that AT&T has for those coverage areas. So physically, yes, if I could go and move an antenna to another part of that building, that would be great, but that would defeat the purpose of the 5-year plan. That would defeat the purpose of the entire layout of the city of Monterey, which they spend thousands of hours and dollars in designing this to, one, ensure that they have cell phone coverage, but two, to make sure 911 is covered in so many different areas. And three, and especially in Monterey being a tourist attraction, so to speak, if this cell site is, if it's hindered in any way, that depletes the tourism factor as well, which indirectly I know generates a lot of money for the city of Monterey. To that aspect too, the Mr. Latassa, in regard to the other buildings that you're reporting on, I do have Google Earth up right now, just so you can see how much lower that level, that height was, where it's not even in the same ballpark. I don't know if you want to see that or not, but just to kind of, put that to rest, as far as that building is only, I believe, a 1-story, maybe 2 stories at the most. So those antennas that are pointing off in that direction don't actually come anywhere close. And 3, I kind of wanted to say, just from a general standpoint, and I respect everybody on this, and I understand what everybody's going for, but because of AT&T, because of Verizon, because of all the carriers involved, we're having this meeting like this. Every person right now has RF going to them from some type of emitter in their house. That goes on the gigahertz frequencies, 900 megahertz frequencies, a cell phone every time you dial 911. That's all happening. The cell phone providers, the carriers, so to speak, without them right now, where would we be? And I'm not trying to be, I'm trying to be blunt, because it is 2020. I also understand the severity of letting a giant company run wild, so to speak. But we have tower climbers that have worked for Mostec Network Solutions and West Tower Communications. One has been there 18 years, every day, 5, 6, 7 days a week. He is on a tower around antennas. They carry RF meters all the time. Now, there are one-offs, absolutely. But we're still driving cars. And there's car accidents every day. I'm not looking to try and justify anything. I'm just trying to give a logical opinion to it. And I hope that everybody understands that I don't mean any disrespect by what I'm saying. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
And Chair Brassfield, because we've opened the public hearing, I'll ask that you open it to the public, and we'll go back to accepting phone calls into the Zoom meeting for the general public to comment.
A procedural question: if somebody's already commented, can they comment again, or are they okay? So they can re-comment. Okay.
Yes, because there's been new public comment that they can respond to.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reread the number for public comment once again. Also, just a reminder, you can join via Zoom directly by going to isearchmonterey.org, and under the recent tab, you can find the link to the Zoom meeting that we are currently in. You could also join by telephone by dialing 833-568-8864, and our meeting ID is 161-563-6904. And if you're prompted to enter a participant ID, please press pound. I'm going to take a look here for the attendees. I don't have anyone currently raising their hand, but just a friendly reminder, you can dial *9 to raise your hand to make a comment on this matter, and I can allow you to speak within the 3-minute time limit. There's also a raise hand button if you're on the Zoom app. And currently, I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand for the attendee. Oh, actually, I do have one person that just raised their hand. So I'm going to go ahead and caller ending in 899. I went ahead and asked you to unmute, and you can unmute by pressing *6, and then you can speak to the commission.
This is Nita Meady calling back.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me fine?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Great. This is Nina Beatty calling back.
Perfect.
I'm really
Let's go ahead and set the timer right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm surprised that the issues that I've raised on the questions about liability and indemnification have not even been raised. Those are very serious issues that the city is not protected unless they know that there's adequate insurance or some other provision, such as an escrow account, to protect the city from potential liability. I had a list of questions. None of those have been answered. Those are very serious questions. And to me, unless they're answered, unless we're sure that we have the correct names on the applications. Now we've got the correct name of the owner of the property, but I raised questions about the correct name of the carrier, the tenant to that property. Those have not been answered. The issue of health versus disability, I'm surprised because I'm not hearing the legal people that are in the room talking about laws in terms of the city's duty to comply with them. I'm just an ordinary person, but yet a plain reading of these laws, including the Telecommunications Act, Section 414, Section 601, that talk about that there's no, that the Telecommunications Act doesn't abrogate other laws. And an ordinary person reading these laws can say, so ADA, fair housing, all these other laws are not just thrown in the trash, that the city has to deal with these in decisions they made. I have not made any request that the city eliminate its cell towers throughout the city. There's nothing that I've said about that. I'm saying this particular cell tower in this location is blocking my access. And I'm guaranteed, according to my reading of ADA, I'm guaranteed access to the public roads and to the downtown area, to free and equal access. But yet I won't have that if this goes up. So I'm curious why the legal people in the room aren't saying anything about ADA, ADAA, the Fair Housing Act and the Amendments Act. I'm just very surprised that these issues, these laws, that we also have state laws, disability rights laws, that these somehow aren't coming into the conversation. I'm not talking about health. I'm talking about civil rights. And my civil rights don't seem to matter to some members of the commission. And I don't understand how civil rights, which are enshrined in our constitutions, somehow are getting flushed down the toilet. And I'm not the only one in Monterey. Other people are afraid to speak up to the city. Other people are too sick to get involved. They're so busy with the disabling health effects that they cannot, they have very little access to be able to do other things such as talk to the Planning Commission. So I see a lot of issues, a lot of legal issues that as an ordinary person, I think, why aren't the people that are the attorneys, the officers of the court saying, oh, yes, these things also have to come into play and have to somehow be dealt with in conjunction with the Telecommunications Act, that as far as I read it, as far as the Telecommunications and Communications Act of 1932, it doesn't preempt
Thank you so much
these other laws.
comment. That was the 3-minute timer.
Thank you very much. So
Thank
these
you.
are significant findings and issues that I expect the commission to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a reminder to anyone for the public, if you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand either on the app or by pressing *9. And I'm not seeing anyone online raising their hand at this time. I'll make you aware if anyone else comes on for our attendees.
Chair Brassfield, you're muted.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the commission one more time and close public comment.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is Terry Latassa. So I'm going to offer to change my vote under protest. I really resent the FCC doing this to jurisdictions like ours. I think it's such a disservice to our citizens. But I think Hanson Reed said it pretty well that, you know, our hands are tied and we really do potentially create all this liability for the city in these situations. So I'm concerned about the Portola Hotel. They have their own liability. So that was my real concern was about that top level of hotel rooms in the Portola Hotel. But we're the city of Monterey. We aren't the Portola Hotel. They have their own decisions to make regarding liability. So I'm going to offer to change my vote to move this thing along. And if I'm not sure how procedure happens, if Hansen has to remake his motion and the second, or whether we just retake the vote or whatever. But I'm willing to do that to move it along.
Make a motion to reconsider, Terry.
You're saying I should make the motion?
Well, yes, because you're the one who's changing the vote.
Okay, so I'm hereby make a motion to reconsider the motion that was made by Commissioner Reed on this matter.
We have a second.
Stephen Milich, I will second that.
Thanks, Stephen. Okay, any comments?
Yeah, my only question is this a motion to reconsider? So then we actually have to take two votes because then we actually vote. So this is just whether or not to reconsider. And then if it passes, then we actually vote on the motion again. Okay.
That's how I understand.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure procedurally how that works.
Okay, then by roll call, let's take a vote to reconsider.
First up, I have Chair Brassfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman. Oh,
She can't vote, honey.
sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
and Commissioner Millet. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Thank you. And so officially the motion is being reconsidered. Does it need to be restated as well?
Yes. Hudson, you ready?
Yeah, so I remove to approve use permit 20-0171 to allow a modified personal wireless service facility at 2 Portola Plaza in accordance with the findings and conditions of approval as submitted in the Planning Commission packet.
Yes, second.
I second.
We have a first and a second. No other discussion, I believe. Let's do a roll call vote.
First, we have Chair Brassfield,
No.
Commissioner Dawson,
Changing my vote to yes.
and Commissioner Fletcher.
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Great, that motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And FirstNet, thanks you.
And we do need to advise on the quick appellate deadline to appeal this.
You have 10 days, no,
No.
fewer days,
3.
3 to appeal this, if there is any appeal to the city council. Okay, let's move on to item 5. Consider 491 Webster Street, application for H2 historic zoning. Do we have
Thank you. Hi, my name is Christy, Associate Planner with the City of Monterey. I'll be presenting the project here. Let me just share my screen. Okay. So property owners Gregory and Rebecca Beardsley applied to rezone the property as a city historic resource and to enter into a Mills Act contract with the city. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend that City Council adopt an ordinance to rezone the property as a city historic resource from PCDES to PCDES-H2. The property is located on Webster Street in downtown in the East Village District. The zoning designation is PCDES, and the land use designation in the general plan is commercial. So an intensive survey was prepared by architectural historian Kent Seavey, and the intensive survey reports that in 1939, a two-story wood frame Spanish colonial style residence was constructed. In 1953, there were some changes. A set of wooden French doors were replaced with aluminum sliding doors on the front elevation. And then in 1970, most of the original wood windows were changed to aluminum windows, and most retained the original window openings. And then I'm going to describe the 2017 architectural review approval in the next slide. So on June 27th, 2017, an architectural review permit application was approved. It was an administrative permit. It was approved for a first-story addition to an existing two-story single-family dwelling. And you'll see the addition was on both sides of the residence. And there was a approved detached two-story garage and studio at the rear of the lot. And this is showing a current picture of the house. And just to describe a few of the changes, above the second story, where they returned the sliding glass doors from aluminum to French wood doors. They have a new simple hood, which is for weather, to keep the weather out of the house. The garage door was replaced with French doors. And then you'll see in slides coming up, there's additions, and you can see the addition here on the east side. They expanded the front patio and added a new retaining wall. You can see the addition here on the west elevation. And in the north elevation here, that's the new addition. And then this is the detached garage and living studio above. And these changes in 2017 were deemed to be consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards by the architectural historian. So the house still maintains the character defining features, as Kent Seavey said in the intensive survey. They have an irregular footprint, asymmetrical facade, stucco wall cladding, stepped parapet and flat roof surfaces, a shed roof entry with mission tile and arched openings, a flattened arched focal window on the facade, and wrought iron balcony and entry railings. The property is known as the Antonio Incaviglia, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say that right, Incaviglia House. It qualifies as a local historic resource based on California Register Criterion 3.
Incaviglia.
Incaviglia.
Thank you. Is eligible under Criterion 3, which reads, it embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, region, or method of construction, or represents the work of a master or possesses high artistic values. So for this property, it's significant under the area of architecture as a good example of Spanish colonial style. And it was designed by noted master boat builder Frank Sino. The original owner was a Sicilian-born commercial fisherman and captain of the purse seiner fishing boat Tommy Boy from 1934 to 1973. And the property is eligible for the H2 designation. The Historic Preservation Commission recommended approval of the Rezone and Mills Act on October 8th. And staff recommends approval of the rezone. And I'm here for any questions, and I believe the applicant is also on the line.
Any questions of Christie? That's pretty forward. Let's hear from the applicant.
Just a reminder to the applicant, please raise your hand by pressing *9. There we go. It looks like I have Greg Beardsley. I just went ahead and sent you an invitation to speak. So you just have to press *6 to unmute. Oops. And again, just press *6 to unmute, Greg.
If he's calling from an app or the Zoom, he's not going to have that option.
Also, if you're using the app, you can also just click the raise hand button, or you can actually unmute. It looks like your hand is raised, so on the bottom of the screen, you just want to unmute.
Okay.
There he is.
It looks like, Greg, you're unmuted, so we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You want me to just say a little history about this property? Or what? Or do you have questions for me?
Whatever comments you wish to make, sir.
Okay, well, basically, when I bought the house, me and my architect went to the planning department and talked to Christy Hopper, who was the head planner there a few years ago. She has since started, she works for Marina, I believe now. And I took some artist renderings from my architect, and I said, this is what we wanted to do, Christy, and what do you think? And she had some feedback for us. We made some changes, and we pretty much we got the plans approved with her recommendations to keep the historicity of the property so that eventually we could apply for the Mills Act. So we've basically done everything our permit was for, and we changed out a lot of windows, did a lot of things. The house was pretty much rotted through and through. We pretty much gutted it and started over again, and we replaced everything with wooden windows, et cetera, et cetera. We kept the same lines of the original house, the parapets particularly. And we built it out, and now we've gone through the Historic Preservation Committee, and they approved it. And so here I am at your beck and call. So if any of you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your input.
Okay. This is a lot easier than your last one.
Yeah. I'd like to open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comments, Sarah?
So let's see. As of right now, I don't see anyone on public comment. Just again, if you would like to comment on this item, please press *9 to raise your hand, or click the raise hand button if you're using the Zoom website or app.
Okay.
And it looks like this time we don't have anyone raising their hand on this matter, but I will keep an eye on it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Appreciate it. Bring it back to the commission. And any comments?
I have one. This is Mike Dawson. As some of you know, I live in a historic house, and we've done a lot of work on this house and very carefully keeping track of the Secretary of Interior standards. And of course, some of you also know that I was on the ARC, and we saw a lot of these kind of properties come through. And something that strikes me is that with changes that have been made to this house, if you were to, think on the other side, you could probably get the house off the historic list by having these changes made, because they kind of ruin the integrity of the historic building, I think. Of course, my friend Kent Seavey doesn't think that way, but I really feel that the integrity is shot on this building.
Any other comments?
Yes, I have a comment. I think I agree with Mike. We've been presented with a number of historic buildings that have applied for the Mills Act. And I'm thinking of one on the corner of Pearl and Figueroa. And it too had a remodel that made it a different house. But the Historic Preservation Commission approved it, and they got their H2 designation and they got their Mills Act. I think the same thing is going to happen here because the Historic Preservation Commission did approve it. But I have the same feeling that Mike does, in that it has become a better house, a newer house, a more spacious home, but not necessarily an historic home. So I won't vote no, but this is one that I have a question mark about.
Other commissioners' comments? Christy, could you bring up the overhead view of the plot?
So the aerial photograph?
Yes, that one right there.
Okay.
No, the next one, the closer detail. That one.
Okay.
One of the things that I don't see when we discuss historicals is what percentage of a building do we need to make it historically appropriate? Or if there's when you extend it into multiple areas, is it not the same house? But I just throw that out there for discussion. So anyway, that's my thoughts as well. We have two architects on here. Either of you guys have a comment?
This is Terry Latassa. I'll make a comment. I understand Mike Dawson's, Commissioner Dawson's concern, but in a lot of jurisdictions, the primary consideration is the street facade. You know, certainly the back facades aren't as important to the sort of the context, you know, of the house on the street and in the city. And I think, you know, in this case, the street facade really is pretty much maintained. They've added that little shed roof addition to the right, which I think does follow Secretary standards as far as, you know, differentiating itself. I also do tend to trust the HRC and Mr. Seavey's opinions. So I tend to favor approving this project. And then the last thing is I hope everybody got to see the photograph of the wedding party in front of the house. Yeah. It's just great with the four bridegrooms, and it's just classic Monterey. I don't know where they got that picture, but it's just great. That's all.
Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, you know, I came to Planning Commission from HPC.
You speak up, Dan, please.
Yeah, it's Dan Fletcher here. And this is consistent. You know, when they look at this, Terry is right. They're going to look at primarily the facade facing the street. They're not going to look so much at what's happening inside the house, and to a lesser degree what's happening around the other side of the house. But I think this is a pretty nicely done project. I know that, you know, when you deal with these older homes, sometimes you are tearing them down to the foundation to correct all the dry rot and all the things that have gone wrong over the years. But like I said, I like this. I like the facade as it faces the street, particularly.
Thanks, Dan. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to make a recommendation to City Council to add this to the Mills Act.
I'll second that. This is Terry Latassa. I'll second that.
Appreciate it. First and second. Any other discussion? Call for a roll call vote.
First, we have Chair Brassfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
No.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
Great, thank
And
you.
motion
This
carries.
passes.
Thank you very much. I think at this point, we will take our recess until 7 o'clock and ask everybody to come back then. Thank you.
Thank you.
the meeting, if anybody can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Yep.
And we're falling behind the agenda, but I think we're on item number 6. Consider 946 West Franklin Street application for historic H2 zoning. I assume we have a staff report.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to have to recuse myself because I live within 500 feet. And I think you're also, before I leave, I think you're also supposed to do continued public comments. There.
I thought we were done with public comment and brought it back to.
No, there in the agenda it says continued public comments.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
But I'm going to go. Bye bye. Oh, so Kim's going to call me, I think, when it's all when this item is finished.
Yes, I will call you or text you.
Which one are we on to right now?
Well,
Number 6.
Which is,
well, do we, Kim, do we need to open up public comment?
We do. We need to open up for the evening session public comment, and then the next item will be item 6, which is from the afternoon session. So if Sarah and Jennifer could open public comment, that would be great.
Yep,
Sure.
if Sarah would.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm going to go over very quickly before we get started, just the process for public comment, and then I'll check in and see if anyone's hand is raised to share with us. Just a reminder, we are currently using Zoom Gov to run our meeting, which is a secure service for use of government agencies. And then you join on Zoom. That's usually preferred preference because there's no lag time and you're connected live in real time to the meeting. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey with an approximately 10-second delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with up to a 90-second delay. And if you plan to make a public comment, please join the meeting using Zoom on the app or by telephone, making sure you join in time to accommodate any delays. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer or phone, use the link or phone number on the agenda, which is located at isearchmonterey.org. And since this meeting has already started, you will find that agenda under the Recent tab for the Planning Commission meeting for tonight's date. To join by telephone, you can call 833-568-8864 and then enter our meeting ID, which is 161-563-6904. And if you're prompted to enter a participant ID, please press pound. Now, if you're in Zoom already, again, that meeting ID is 161-563-6904. And to make a public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom button, or if you're connected by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute yourself. So let me take a look at our attendees. And it looks like I do have one hand raised. Oh, false alarm. It looks like we currently don't have any hands raised at this point. So I'll keep an eye on it and let you know.
Mr. Chair, this is Mike Dawson. I'm going to have to recuse from this because my wife has a house that's too close. So I'm going to have to sit this one out.
So Chair Brassfield, you're muted right now.
Muted.
And Mike, if you could disconnect from the meeting completely.
I will do that.
Thank you, Mike. Okay. I imagine we have everybody else present. So let's move on with the project. It's to consider the 946 West Franklin Street. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let's see.
Thank you, Fernanda.
Okay. This is a request for historic zoning for 946 West Franklin Street. And this is similar to the previous presentation given by Associate Planner Christy Sabdo. So the recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council adopt an ordinance to rezone the property as a city historic resource. And the property is 946 West Franklin Street as shown on this map. Similar to what Christy presented, this project, it went to the Historic Preservation Commission, who approved or recommended this to the Planning Commission. Kent CV, architectural historian, prepared an intensive survey which reported that the property qualifies as a local historic resource based on California Register Criterion 3. That is, that the resource embodies the distinctive characteristics of the craftsman bungalow architectural style. The intensive survey also said that this is an intact example of a craftsman bungalow style found in Monterey in the 1920s. And the survey also found that the property retains all 7 aspects of integrity. The character defining features for this property, you can see them on this photo. Basically that it retains its 1-story form, low-pitched side gabled roof with an expansive front gabled porch, wide overhanging eaves, articulated by craftsman structural informality of architectural elements and members, including knee bracing and corbelling. And you can see here the craftsman style 3/1 paired and banded casement windows grouped to further emphasize the horizontal lines of the buildings. And this is just a close-up of the house. The residence evokes a strong sense of time and place and of feeling and association within its working and middle-class neighborhood setting. It retains its original design, including form, roofline, and substantially retains the original wood window pattern. This is a view of the side. In the back, in 1996, a minor bedroom bathroom addition was constructed in the rear. However, the vast majority of the Craftsman Bungalow residential features, in terms of massing, spatial relationships, proportions, window and door patterns, materials, and textures, appear intact as constructed circa 1920. The property meets the eligibility requirements for the H2 overlay zoning in that the property has been identified by Kent CV qualified historian to be a significant local historic resource. Therefore, the recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend to City Council the rezone of this property. And the applicant should be in the Zoom meeting, and I'm open for questions.
Any questions of Fernanda? Hearing none, could we open the applicant call in, please?
It does look like we have someone's hand raised, which I believe is the applicant. So let's see, Laura, I'm going to go ahead. Oops. And then let me go into my view options and get out of the screen here. Oh, you know what, Jennifer, I appear to not be listed as a host. Do you think you could add me really quickly so I can allow the attendee to speak?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. We got you, Laura. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the delay.
Yeah, I'm here with my husband, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have. We're very excited about the potential to have this house listed as a historic home. It was really fun to get all the history about the house, and we certainly intend to maintain it the way that it is and keep it as a historic resource for our city.
Any other comments you'd like to make?
I'm just happy to answer any questions that you might have about the home.
Anybody have any questions? I think it's a pretty straightforward proposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Now we'll open it up for any public comment on this project.
Sure. I'm just going to go ahead and take a moment to go ahead and read the public comment information once again. So just a friendly reminder that if you're joining by phone or via Zoom, either the app or on your computer, our meeting ID number is 161-563-6904. And if you're prompted to enter a participant ID, please press pound. And just a friendly reminder, if you'd like to make a public comment on this matter, please raise your hand by either hitting the raise your hand button using Zoom, or if you're connected by phone, please dial *9. And I'll take a look here at our attendees. And it looks like we don't have any additional public comment, but I will continue to monitor it and let you know if we do.
Thank you, Sarah.
No problem.
Now bring it back to the commission. Any questions or comments? Wow, after this afternoon, it's an easy group.
I have a comment. I think I agree with you, Mike. It's a very straightforward proposition. The house is unbelievably appealing and beautifully maintained, and the Historic Preservation Commission has already approved it. So I would go ahead and move to approve this structure on Franklin Street. Let's see, 946 West Franklin Street for approval and a send up to City Council for H2 designation.
I'll second that motion.
I have a first and a second. Any other comments? Then I'll ask for a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, would you please repeat who is the first and the second? That happened so fast.
Sandra and Hanson.
Thank you so much. And for the vote, we have Chair Brassfield.
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher.
You have to unmute.
He's not here. Oh wait, Dan, you're here.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Perfect. And Commissioner Milich
Yes.
and Commissioner Reed.
Yes.
I also love that bougainvillea.
Plus we have 2 recusals and that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have someone dial up the 2 persons who are not here, I appreciate it.
So this is Kim Cole, the Community Development Director. I did just text Commissioner Latassa, and
Mike is back.
So we'll just give Mr. Latassa a couple minutes here, or a minute.
Oh, and if I could just interject really quickly, it looks like the applicant has their hand raised. Are they able to make an additional comment procedurally, or?
No, we've already covered public commentary.
Perfect. Just double checking. Thank you.
Thank you.
She probably wants to thank you.
I understand.
Welcome back, Michael.
You're welcome. Does somebody have Terry's phone number?
I'm
Kim's
sorry,
got
I
it.
see that I transposed two numbers when I entered his phone number into my phone this afternoon, so I apologize. Let me just try that again.
The phone just keeps ringing.
He's here.
Sure.
Yes.
You see him? I don't see him.
Welcome back, Terry.
We have a
Thank
new
you.
Harry commissioner.
Thanks. Now that everybody's here, let's move on to consider 425 Alvarado Street, permit to application for bar use. Who's going to be making the presentation?
I will. This is Fernanda Roveri, Senior Associate Planner.
With a new background.
Yeah.
The application before you today is for a use permit for a tasting room to be called the Whiskey Club at 425 Alvarado Street. The recommendation is to approve the use permit to allow the tasting room. The site is 425 Alvarado Street. It's located in the middle of downtown Monterey, between Alvarado and Tyler Streets and south of Franklin Street. The zoning is PCD, which stands for Planned Community Downtown, and the general plan designation is commercial. This is just a view of the site. The left image shows the proposed use located on the bottom right corner, and across the street is, just for reference, the Swanson and Silachi Flowers, Alvarado Street Brewery and Grill, and Walgreens. And Walgreens has apartments on top. And then on the right-hand side, you see the proposed location, and it's next to Helms Tobacco and Wine, and the Full Moon Restaurant, and other restaurants, and then the theater and the bank on the corner. This site is governed by the Downtown Specific Plan, which says that bar use classifications require a use permit. And the definition of bar use is an establishment that sells beer, wine, or distilled spirits for consumption on the premises and without obligatory food service. The proposal is for a distilled spirits and wine tasting room, plus a retail store that will sell bottles of these spirits. So it's not, the description didn't include bar, but rather a tasting room. Customers may purchase cheese plates, but it's not obligatory. The proposed hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 11 to 9, Friday to Saturday, 11 to 10, and Sunday, 11 to 6. 2 employees would be present at minimum, and they would be given downtown garage parking permits. The place would have security cameras and an alarm system, and there would be someone at the front carding people as they come in, and only people 21 and over would be allowed in. The proposal does not include live entertainment, no consumption of no consumption of purchased bottles on site. So if you purchase a bottle at the retail part of the store, you have to take it out and consume it outside. No beer tastings, no customer parking proposed because none is required for the downtown. And there would be no water credit allocation.
To clarify, outside doesn't mean take it out on the sidewalk.
Right.
Correct?
Right. Just it cannot be consumed on site.
Means off premises.
Yes. This is the floor plan. It's very long, so I broke it up into 2 sections. So on the left side, the entrance, you come in and there's a sales register and someone carding people as they come in. And then the vertical, the bolded line is of separation. So here's an entrance, and this is the tasting room area, and it includes 13 seats. On the right-hand side is the whiskey display. As you walk toward the back, there's wine racks and shelves. And then there's a room for storage or an office. And then in the very back, there's a restroom and a beer refrigerator. And this is what the applicant submitted as his imagination of what the space could look like. This, on the right-hand side, would be the sales register, and on the left is the tasting room area, separated by the divider. And then as you keep walking, oh, this shows the tasting area. And as you keep walking, on the right-hand side is the whiskey display, and on the left-hand side is the wine display. And then in the back is the refrigerator that would contain beer for purchase. And then the restrooms are on the left. The findings, the first is that the proposed use meets the general plan land use and zoning objectives. And it would meet the land use objectives because this would be a commercial business type in a commercial zone, and it would contain active uses such as retail and drink tastings. It's also an existing tenant space at an existing commercial building, and therefore no building expansion would take place. Also, there are no minimum parking requirements for commercial uses here. So it would meet all of the objectives. The use would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity, and it would not be detrimental to properties or improvements or the general welfare of the city. And the business is proposing to include security cameras and check for valid photo ID. It's also an existing tenant space, so there would really be no outside construction that would disrupt the livelihood of people nearby. And the third finding is that the use will comply with the required conditions. And I just listed the special conditions of approval that you can find in the resolution. So any expansion of hours of operation shall require a permit amendment. The use will also be subject to a 12-month trial period to evaluate compliance with the conditions. And the use permit could be revocated if conditions are violated. The use will also follow and abide by the security measures described in Exhibit A. And these are, again, installation and monitoring of security cameras and alarm systems, maintaining that divider, the low wall that divides the tasting room from the retail store, maintaining that closed and watched over. And also, lastly, compliance with the solid waste and recycling collection standards according to city code. Recommendation again is to approve the use permit to allow the tasting room with the conditions. And the applicant should be here, and I'm open for questions.
Any questions of Fernanda? I have one question, Fernanda. On at COVID-19 times, is there sufficient space in there for either plexiglass partitions or space between those sites?
Let me see.
You know, I think I might just provide a little bit of input, as I've been pretty involved with our compliance division with enforcement during COVID-19. So right now, bars are prohibited from being open. So right now, under the COVID restrictions, I don't believe this business would be allowed to open. But after the restrictions relax, they would be, public.
Thanks, Kim, but I was just trying to clarify because we don't know how long this is going to last.
And so unfortunately, right now, plexiglass providers do not qualify to, it still has to be outdoor seating, seats have to be 6 feet apart, and businesses have to serve food in order to be open during COVID.
That was my interpretation as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, any other questions of Fernanda?
Yeah. I want to respond. The applicant also indicated that he would be applying for outdoor seating through our temporary outdoor permit process during COVID.
Thank you.
I have a
Sandy,
question.
Go ahead, Sandy.
It is very obvious that this business is going to be located right next door to an almost identical business. Hellam's Wine, Whiskey, and Tobacco Shop has wine tasting, whiskey tasting, and selling all of the above. Last week I went down, when I saw the notice on the window, I went in and I asked Wyatt, who is the owner of Hellam's, how he felt about having the business next door to him. And I was expecting him not to be very happy about it, but he said that he was just happy to have somebody occupying the space. So, I do have a question about whether or not this owner is aware that he has a competitor right next door.
We'll get to him in a minute. Any other questions of Fernanda?
Yeah, I have a few questions. So,
Go ahead.
Fernanda, has the applicant been able to review this in a preliminary way with the building department?
I am not sure about that. The applicant is still in talks with the water district,
right,
to make sure that there's enough water for what he wants to do. So I think the next step would be the building department.
Okay. Well, Dan Fletcher can probably knows more about this, but there are pretty size of these kind of establishments. And boy, if I were doing it, I'd really want to have somebody involved that knows about that, and the building department could probably help them in that way, because it could be that this business needs 2 exits. I don't want to. I think it's a great project. I don't have a problem with it, but I would warn them that maybe they'll have an answer to that. But so you don't. Anyway, I guess. And then concerning the water permit, I know that a music store and this kind of establishment have a different factor that you apply to get your water permit for it. Has anybody looked at a water release form to see if it's, if they have water for it?
So the applicant told me today that he's in contact with the Epsilon Greek restaurant to have that restaurant give up 3 seats to release water for this whiskey club, so
okay.
that they have enough water to do what their business description is.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Jerry, your modulation is coming in and out.
Oh, sorry.
Any other questions? Okay, then Sarah, can we get a hold of the applicant and see if they'd like to make a presentation?
Absolutely. So it looks like the applicant, Mitchell, is on the line and has his hand raised. So I am going to go ahead and allow him to share right now. And Mitchell, you can go ahead and unmute and speak to the commission.
Good evening, commissioners and everybody on the call. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Fernanda. And Ms. Freeman, thank you for speaking with Wyatt. He's the one who actually encouraged me to go right next door. Wyatt's business is slightly different. He has smoking on site and he actually cannot serve spirits. I wanted to address that. And my business will be focused primarily on Scotch and bourbon. But, some folks may have company that may want something other than a whiskey. So I would include some wine, but not a lot of it. The primary concept is that there is no business that allows you to come in and taste whiskey, which has been like the whiskey business has been steadily climbing since about 2005, not just in the US, but globally. And revenues have more than tripled in the last 15 years as a whole. And just like a wine tasting room where you can taste, an ounce or a whole glass, and then choose to buy a bottle and take it home, or buy a case and take it home, you could do that not just with wine, but with whiskey as well, or any other spirit. So that is the concept. As far as the ambiance is concerned, it's going to be, I'd like to say, more of a place for people that are, mature 40s and above. And it'll be a calm, peaceful environment. I plan to be there myself running the place. I have a background in Scotch as a consultant to a couple of distilleries way back when, but it's just a passion of mine, and I'd love to see all of you there someday. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you lead me through how a customer would come in to taste Scotch?
So if you came in to the store, you would have to get into the tasting area through the store, since there is one entrance. And there is a 4-foot divider as requested by the ABC, Alcohol Beverage Control. And basically you come into the tasting area, there will be somebody at the bar, and you can either opt in to go for a flight. There'll be flights of 3 whiskeys, or you can try just one at a time. You can pick which one. I hope to eventually have 200 or 300 whiskeys open at the tasting bar. And I'd walk you through the actual taste as to what you're looking for. And believe it or not, if you told me what kind of protein you like and how you like it cooked, I'll give you 3 names and you're going to love one of them for the rest of your life. So I'd like to share that with anybody who wants to, partake in that.
And your beer is for basically to take off premise?
Is off premise only, yeah. At this point, it is initially I applied for a tasting room because for the water district's guidelines, tasting rooms only require group 1 water, but they are not considering my use as a tasting room because I have a full bar license. They, in response to my request for determination, they suggested that I could get the water credits to have up to 16 seats if Epsilon gave up 3 seats. And that's a factor of the use and the square footage. Just like Fernanda mentioned, at least till COVID's done, I would have a couple of tables outdoors as to meet the health department's requirement of having food be served with alcohol. I will do what some of the restaurants and some of the bars are doing in the area on the peninsula anyways. There's one in Sand City that comes to mind. I have spoken with a couple of the restaurants so far, Full Moon right next door and Petra Cafe, I believe, as well as Epsilon today. And they'd be happy to let me order the food on my customers' behalf, and that way customers can actually order food and alcohol. There would need to be food on each ticket is what the health department has told me. So as far as the second exit is concerned, the landlord has applied to subdivide the space. I would be taking about 2,400 square feet entrance from Alvarado, and the back half of the old music store, which was where all the practice rooms were downstairs, well, that's going to be a different business, and the landlord will be dividing the space into two. So, and I believe Wyatt's space is just a little bit bigger than mine, and he only has one exit, so I believe I'm fine with one exit as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing no other questions, let's.
Yes, I do have one. Just a comment for Mitchell. And stop me if this isn't right, Fernanda, but I think he might be able to talk to the somebody at the building department and get a preliminary direction. He should talk to somebody that knows about exiting, because it's just, I've seen this happen before where somebody goes off on a plan that looks good, but that exiting thing can just kill you if you don't get it right. And the building department is who will ultimately be able to tell you that. So it could be worth just, I don't know, a call to the building inspector and see if they can somehow review your preliminary plan. Is that okay, or is that not allowed, Fernanda?
That's totally fine, and I can forward the floor plan to building for
Yeah,
Mitch.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. It's just, it's kind of important, and I've seen people get stuck on that one before. That's all.
Thanks, Jerry. Any others? Got it. After talking earlier, as everybody's kind of talked out. Okay, let's ask the public for input.
Sure. It doesn't look like anyone else's hand is raised at the moment, but I will go ahead and just repeat the public comment information one more time. Again, you can dial in via telephone at 833-568-8864 or join via Zoom. And the ID for this meeting is 161-563-6904. And one item I forgot to mention, I mentioned it during the earlier session of the meeting, but just a friendly reminder that we will call all participants in order of their hands raised, and the chair has designated a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting, and I will display a countdown on the screen for any public comments. And let me just double check here. And it doesn't appear like anyone's hand is raised at the moment, but again, if you'd like to raise your hand, please press the button in the Zoom app itself, or if you're on the telephone, you can *9 to raise your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, and no comment at this time. I'll let you know if any appear.
Okay, let's bring it back to the commission and comments.
This is Hudson. I don't have any problems with the use. It seems like a nice plan. It seems like it's compatible with other downtown businesses. It seems like it's not truly a restaurant, not truly a bar, not truly a tasting room, but it's kind of transitory, meaning that you're going to get people in and out and walking up and down Alvarado Street to experience downtown Monterey. I think it sounds like a nice. It looks, at least the images look nice. So I'd support it.
Thank you, Hanson. Anything else?
I have a comment, sir.
Go ahead.
I think this would be a really good store for our military friends to visit, coming down the hill from the Presidio or up from NPS. This is perfect.
Really? You don't think it's a little bit out of their price range?
Hard to know. What is the price range?
Any other comments? Do I have a motion?
So then I would move to approve use
Muted.
permit. Oh, do you have somebody else have comments? Okay.
I was just going to say that Alvarado Street back before the 60s, the 1960s, was kind of like the Barbary Coast. It was 30,000 infantrymen at Fort Ord, and I guess that whole back in the old days when Alvarado went all the way down to the Custom House, it was wild. There were a whole bunch of bars. It was so. This is more maybe a reversion to form.
There you go.
I think a high-end reversion to form. Let's say that. So I move to approve use permit UP 20-0233 for a bar use parentheses tasting room at 425 Alvarado Street, pursuant to the findings and conditions of approval and standards as submitted in the staff report.
I'll second that.
I have a first and a second by Hanson and Dan. Any other comments? Let's have a roll call vote.
Chair Brassfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latasha,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes, there's no hiccup.
and Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Thank you. That was unanimous.
And motion carries. Thank you. Next item,
Is this appealable?
I would imagine.
Yes.
So that they have 10 days to appeal it. And Hanson, I'll have you know, I wrote appeal on the right-hand margin, forgot it. Thank you. Item number 8, recommend city council adoption of ordinance amending the city code to create a definition of cannabis and cannabis products. And who's going to be the person stepping up for this one?
Yes.
Hi, Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris Schmidt, our Senior Associate Planner, will be presenting this evening a public hearing item on amending our city code to look at probably agricultural and cannabis testing in our industrial districts. And before he gets started, I just want to recognize the amount of work that Chris has done already on this item and thank him for all of his hard work. I do want to point out this is probably the first of many items on cannabis that will be coming to the City Council. This dates back to earlier this year, where the Planning Commission and the City Council ultimately permitted a marijuana testing facility at 31 Upper Ragsdale. And the City Council, after making that decision, supporting the Planning Commission, adopted ultimately a series of urgency ordinances that basically directed us as city staff to come back with an ordinance that more clearly defines this process. So that's what tonight's all about. It's the first of these hearings. More recently, in the last couple of months, the City Council is going to start looking more broadly at the issues of cannabis, and some of the other things that you might be seeing coming in the future include regulations for dispensaries, transportation, distribution, cultivation, and perhaps special events. Now, some of those may be taken off our plate by the City Council, but they are starting that discussion at the council level. So with no further ado, I turn this over to Chris, who will give you a presentation on this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you very much, Kim. Again, my name is Chris Schmidt. I'm a Senior Associate Planner with the city, and I've been working with all of our city staff on not just the test lab regulations, but also, what the future will be. So for all of cannabis throughout the city. But we do have to start somewhere, and this was the guidance provided by the council. So just moving forward, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopts a resolution recommending City Council adoption of the draft ordinance, which I will talk about today. So there are 5 kind of main points that I want to make about the draft ordinance. It includes new definitions for cannabis products, a new industrial use classification for agricultural testing labs, which does include cannabis testing. Use permit process. Use permits are required for agricultural testing labs, and there are supplementary regulations for cannabis labs. And then lastly, we wanted to change the nuisance section of the code, which currently prohibits all marijuana-related uses. I believe the Planning Commission is familiar with that section. So here I've included all of the new definitions, and these are the definitions that are used by the state laws involving the regulation of cannabis. I do have what these actual business and profession code definitions are. If the Planning Commission would like to see them, they're at the end of my presentation, but they're kind of convoluted. So this is what we're proposing to add into our code. That way, if the state's definitions do change, we will able to stay up with their definition. Likewise, the agricultural testing lab use classification on the bottom of this slide is the new use that would be proposed to be amended into the ordinance. So establishments primarily engaged in the regulatory testing and reporting of agricultural products, including but not limited to heavy metals, microbial impurities, mycotoxins, residual pesticides, solvents, and processing chemicals. Also includes cannabis testing labs. As I mentioned, this use would be added to the industrial zone. So I pointed out the main industrial zone areas. These are all of the industrial areas. And I just wanted to note, which I'm sure the Planning Commission is familiar with, that multifamily overlay is an industrial zone. And we do have some some regulations about where these businesses can be in relation to residential properties. So moving on to the supplemental regulations. So cannabis and cannabis products shall not be visible from off-site or from outside, and there shall be no cannabis consumption on site. Dispensing of cannabis is prohibited. There will be no retail sales at these sites. They're closed to the public and will need to be posted that there shall be no loitering. Loading activities will be limited from 6 a.m. till 9 p.m. And I think that the point here is we don't want late night or very, very early deliveries that could potentially be targets for crime. Someone wants to steal from these businesses. We want to make sure that they're a kind of regular hours within reason. And then, as I mentioned, we have some buffers from residential uses, 150 feet, but also a 600-foot buffer to daycare, schools, and parks, which I've displayed on the next slide. So this graphic shows both of those buffers. The crosshatch you see is basically all areas that cannot have test zones. So if you see, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but I'm pointing on the left-hand side where the multifamily overlay is. You've got a shorter 150-foot buffer on kind of the western side of the overlay area, but you've got this greater 600-foot buffer. And I took that from the, I believe it's the Shoreline Church, which I think does have youth and kind of daycare facilities that they use, on a weekly basis. Same with, there's another church, the Calvary Chapel Church, just next to the car storage facility that was built in the last year, and then also another daycare facility in Ryan Ranch. You also see the buffers from, I believe this is an elementary school, and then a public park. So the areas outside, the purple areas outside of these areas would be potential locations that a testing laboratory could be operated. Moving on with the supplemental regulations. So we have additional use permit requirements for cannabis labs. They'll be required to maintain the required accreditation that the state requires for their license. And we can request to see that if there's any reason we need to. They'll need to provide standard operating procedure plan. So, how is the business going to be operated? What is their delivery schedule, or what kind of equipment are they going to use? At any given time, how much product do they have on hand? What is their chain of custody process? Also, they'll have to have a security plan. Do they have security staff? Do they have cameras, armed guards, those types of things? And then we're also requiring an employee list and background checks that are done with the Monterey Police Department. Additional requirements, they'll have to have records available at the request of city staff, typically the city manager or the police chief or their designee, and they'll have to provide that within 24 hours. And they'll also have to report any crimes to the police department within 24 hours. And then lastly, failure to comply constitutes, with any of these requirements, constitutes a nuisance and subject to action such as reopening of the use permit, additional requirements in that process, etc. And then lastly, we are amending the nuisance section of the code. As I mentioned, the section basically prohibits all marijuana-related activities, which we're using the word cannabis now. And this would basically allow licensed and approved use permit cannabis testing laboratories to operate. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. Please. I hope you have good feedback for us. Thank you.
This is Hanson. I just have a couple questions. Is the 600 feet requirement of state law? I can't remember, from childcare centers for testing. I know it is for cultivation and retail.
Yes.
But I don't know if it is. So the term now is retail. It's not dispensing. It's a retail. All the state law is all retail, not dispensing.
Right.
So that's now it's cannabis retail versus cannabis dispensing. That's the current term. It's because so what would I say? Right. If it's not the state law, so the state law is we can go as much as we want. The state law is kind of is the minimum standards, I guess, that you can allow. But I just, is it, Chris, that's one question, because I think, my personal opinion would be that if you're doing testing, you don't have to be 600 feet away. You could be some other shorter distance unless it's state law. And then the other question I have is, does open space equal park, right? Because because that's an open space area that's it doesn't necessarily mean it's a park.
Yeah, so I did actually think about that. For example, the fairgrounds in the upper left corner is designated open space, but I didn't really consider it to be a park. The Ryan Ranch Park, it's got a sign. It says park on it. It's kind of used. Yeah, I just want to clarify. Yeah, it's used like a park. It is kind of an open. It is used like open space. I understand what your point is. If the planning commission, other things that have been done in other jurisdictions like Marina, they basically had their buffer from like play equipment or area, soccer fields, areas that are primarily used by youth. That could be something we could consider.
Yeah, I just see this as that is a third of that, that industrial / commercial space out in Ryan Ranch that is cut off with those distances. So I understand this again, even with the daycare there. I just question whether or not 600 feet for this use versus retail and cultivation do we need that much distance? That's all.
Any other questions?
And sorry, that was more argument. That was more, I was asking questions, but then I was arguing. Sorry, Chair, that was my error.
Any other questions?
Yes, I do. Chris, this looks like a whole ton of work, but yeah, it seems to me that we approved this use a few months ago, and then Hans appealed it to the city council, and they approved its use. So why are we going through all these gyrations for an approved use?
I might answer that. So the city council, after they allowed the use at 31 Upper Ragsdale, they adopted an urgency ordinance at the next meeting, requesting that the city amend its codes to make it clear that it's not a nuisance-based use. I think what they were recognizing was there were a couple different ways to interpret the nuisance section of our code. Staff clearly thought it was a prohibited use, and they agreed that we needed to amend the language and take the time to create regulations to address the issue. So that's what we're bringing back to you. It's specifically at the direction of the city council.
Okie dokie.
I was at the council meeting where they discussed and approved this, and I think they were right to ask the staff to fix the zoning ordinance to reflect this, what otherwise would have been like a sort of a spot zoning kind of a situation. So, and it was urgent because they were creating this sort of strange dissonance in the zoning ordinance. So, Chris, you did a great job on it. My only question is about that number 8 on one of the previous screens. Yeah, so the failure to comply constitutes nuisance. I kind of see why you're circling back to nuisance, but I'm wondering if that's, I mean, there are all kinds of uses that end up getting use permits, and there are sort of penalties for not following any conditions or requirements. But is nuisance the right word? That's just a question.
That's a good question. I think that nuisances are also subject to code compliance action, if I'm not mistaken. So they could be fined as well.
And I think we can remove we can revoke the use permit based upon a nuisance, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's a good word there. That's all I have.
Any others? Chris, I have a couple of questions. And by the way, when I was reading this material, I thought I would find my question in there because it was an excellent job of material. But my question goes to the disposition of samples. The state law under the health and safety has very specific guidelines, and I didn't see them mentioned anywhere in your material. And the samples will probably be fairly small that they will be dealing with, but there's also besides the sample used to do the testing, there's typically a little left over. I would just like to see something in there regarding the disposition of any byproduct of the testing process.
Yeah, that's a good comment. I appreciate that. Yeah, that is something that I mentioned as part of the standard operating procedures requirement. I know it's something that the state required as well, is them to explain what their disposition process is. You know, without seeing these applications yet, I'm not 100% sure what their primary methods are for disposing of products. It must be either some sort of destruction of them, or they've got some sort of transportation to a place that the waste is disposed of. But I'm not sure. That's something we can definitely look further into.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
And the state has implemented a chain of title or chain of custody for all cannabis. So technically, you should know where all, other than when it's sold, it all should be in this chain of title. So they should be able to know, the state should know exactly where the samples went at any given time. I believe they're not medical waste, but it's industrial waste, and it has to be disposed of pursuant to whatever the laws are there. But I agree that at least there should be something in there that says disposal is subject to state law or things like that. And we might want to actually also add in there something about that they, chain of title, chain of custody. And I cannot remember. We got out of cannabis law a year and a half ago, and so I forgetting all of it now. So I'm trying to remove all of that from my brain. But I think that also would be something that would be good to be in there.
Yeah, frequently small samples are incinerated, but I agree with that. We need to put in something regarding disposition. So, Chris, if you could follow up, then I'd appreciate it. Any other questions? If not, I will take a motion.
Gotta open it up to public comment.
Public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment. I beg your pardon. So, Sarah, any public comment?
Yes, so it does look like, I'll give a friendly reminder first, but it looks like we have some others on the call. So again, you can join via Zoom or by dialing 833-568-8864, and the meeting ID is 161-563-6904, and press *9 or use the button on the Zoom website to raise your hand. And we do have a couple of callers with their hands raised, so I will go ahead and proceed and then share my screen with the timer. So give me just one moment. And it looks like first I have Scott Willard on the call. And Scott, I just allowed you to speak. If you could just please unmute by pressing *6 or unmuting on your screen.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good to see you guys all again. I am going to just address a couple of issues that I saw on there, just some clarification points. I actually thought, Chris, I commend you. You did a really good job with that. I think that the understandings of the mass intricacies involved in this industry and the differences between the different suppliers or entities, dispensaries, laboratory testing units, whatever it is, it's complicated. So I commend you on that, but I'd also like to open myself up. If you'd ever love to talk about the lab intricacies or like access to my scientist or my chief operating officer, we're more than happy to help in any way that we can to try to digest this sort of stuff. So going on to just the SOP requirements, I think the SOP requirements when we're looking at the BCC application are quite thorough and include things like our methods and procedures for how we do the testing. That's all science-based. It's all analytical chemistry. There's some, pathogen stuff there as well. So just some clarification as to what kind of SOPs specifically. And I do agree that in the biohazard or the eco-waste SOPs, that's something that would clarify how the destruction of the cannabis byproducts, has to go throughout the course of its, from seed to cell, as they say. Each product does have a metric tag. So it is followed, and the product is followed from the person that grows it to the lab that tests it to the dispensary that sells it. But we also will follow it through manifest and chain of custodies all the way through the destruction of the product where we render it useless. And all of that stuff would be included in the SOPs. Onto the portion about the background checks. So that we are required to do the background checks, per the BCC. For the officers of the company. So just clarification, just looking to find out, will we need to have every single employee from a sample procurement courier to, again, myself as the chief operating officer or chief executive officer, go to the Monterey County Police Department, as well as doing the live scans for the BCC. So again, just a couple points of clarification. I think that you did a great job on it, and we're excited to get going. Obviously, COVID and the supply chain of being able to get what we needed to get done has absolutely kicked our butts. But we're persevering. We're doing ISO 17025 at the same time as BCC stuff, which is kind of unheard of in the laboratory industry, and it is a task. But we want to open up with those ISO tags associated with our lab, which basically means that we are doing things to the highest level of standard in the industry. So, like I said, my email, I believe, is attached to this. If it's not, it's scott@covertonlabs.com. I'm an open book. Reach out to me, and if you ever want to talk about this stuff, I'm here for you.
Okay, I have a question. Is he gone?
I'm here.
While this is certainly new stuff, I'm interested in the other agricultural testing that you're doing.
Yes.
Where are we going with that?
So we're in the same process in terms of a line on that. We have all of the equipment. We have all of the methods to do the different testing on lettuce, water, soil, all of those different things. They fall into a lot of the same categories, as he mentioned, with the different testing criteria for cannabis. We are looking at heavy metals, mycotoxins, impurities, residual pesticides, things of that nature. And the matrix difference between lettuce and cannabis is very negligible. So we're actually probably going to be a little bit more towards the agricultural avenue when we first open up, just because the need and the demand in the community is so much greater. And with that, we have usually a shorter list of tests than what's required for the BCC. So throughput can be greatly increased for agricultural products versus that of cannabis, which takes a lot more because we have to check boxes in every single category to get a certificate of analysis submitted to the BCC.
Okay, and what are you doing now for the disposition of samples tested or not used?
Well, we currently can't accept samples because we're not.
I appreciate that, but what do you propose as a practice?
Oh, for our destruction of the samples depends on if it's flour or if it comes in the form of a cartridge, vape, oil, edible, so on and so forth. The scientists will combine the flour material with a chemical in the eco waste bin, which will render it useless. I believe they are using acetonitrile for that. I can get clarification from the science team on that. And then for the cartridges and so on and so forth, they're tagged and bagged and will be picked up by a certified company that is biohazard credentialed for cannabis disposal.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
Okay.
To share, it looks like we do have another public comment, so let me
Okay.
go ahead and switch over, and give me just one moment. Okay, so next in line I have Zoe Carter, and Zoe, I did just permit you to go ahead and speak. If you could please unmute.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Zoe Carter, and I am really excited that this is making its way through Planning Commission, and we're on our way to getting a cannabis ordinance. I think what I didn't hear mentioned during the presentation is about the good paying jobs that this testing lab will bring to our community, and I think that's a really important economic impact factor for consideration during this process. And I want to mention that during the council meeting when this happened, that was a really important factor that was brought up. And I think when we talk about the disposal, another factor that was brought up was that these pieces that they're testing are so small and they do it in a safe way. And as we go further into talking about cannabis, this is going to be a hugely important piece for our city as we come out of COVID and for our economic recovery. And I just think that, you know, having a very high-tech piece of lab, you know, a lab like this is really important, and these jobs are important to our community, and supporting something like this is important as well. So I encourage you to support this and support something like this and get creative about how we can support having cannabis in our community and how it can support our economic recovery, and how we can work together to bring people to the table to really support this is something that could be a really positive thing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
You're muted, Sarah.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought I hit all the buttons with the timer. So it looks like we don't have any hands raised at this time, so I'll be sure to interject if we have anyone else that wants to share any public comment.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's bring it back to the commission.
We do have a point of clarification, and Ms. Davi may want to speak to this as well. I was looking back to page 4 of the staff report, and it does say that no premises may be located within a 600-foot radius of a school providing instruction, daycare center, or youth center. And that's clearly part of the state law. And so the question Commissioner Hansen raised about parks is a good one that I don't know if Chrissy's had a moment to look up the state laws to see if it also includes parks. So I just would.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. The statement about the state law limitation in the staff report is correct. And the state law limitation does not include parks, at least not in Business and Professions Code section 62054. So maybe Chris added parks as a city desired limitation as a matter of policy.
I think I probably just mixed up the radiuses. I think we still wanted to consider whether parks should have a buffer. This is something that other cities have, but if the planning commission doesn't want it or wants to reduce that radius, I think I could support that totally.
Thanks, Chris.
This is Hansen. So I would, I think this is a great step in the right direction. I think we would want to the city should seriously look at reducing the buffer for, especially knowing where these sites are, right? We're not going to be downtown. Chris has said where the sites are. So we're not, we know the limitations from the parks that are there. I think we should reduce that. The other thing is, I think that the gentleman who spoke, and I forgot his name, I think also getting all employees, having them all be background checks can be cost prohibitive and probably not necessary. If the state is not requiring everybody to have a background check, to me, we should do, the key employees. That's really what you're looking at. And then the other thing, it's more of a comment is that please, City of Monterey, don't look at this as the way to reduce all fiscal problems. That cannabis should not be overtaxed because if you're doing it on the black market now, it's really easy to do it on the black market. And so you would rather have legal lower tax rate and bring in some tax revenue rather than trying to use this as the way to fund everything else. It is not a source of revenue. It can be a smaller source of revenue, but that should not be what's driving it. What's driving it is it's inevitable now, and you'd rather again have it be a licensed legal facility, a licensed legal dispensary, and grown, licensed, and legal, than have it be on the black market. So that's more of a saying to the city council, because it's not really part of our what we do, but it's important to understand.
Anybody else?
Hansen, just to clarify, you're suggesting that we recommend to city council that they simplify that sort of the background check part of the draft ordinance.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Anybody else? I agree generally with Hansen, but I think everybody's looking at this more of a retail, and it's completely separate. It's more of a regulatory process. The state requires it. I used the argument during the original discussion that if this was a DOJ lab testing, they probably wouldn't have most of this conversation, but because it's a private laboratory, we're being a little bit closer to in scrutiny. But I don't think it's anywhere in any comparison to a to a retail shop. So it's just the opposite. This is highly regulated by the state and also by the whole process at laboratories for testing do. It's a completely different process. So that's why I even though the state may require a 600-foot rule, I don't see it. But I would also suggest that we don't need to put parks in there if we don't need to. If the council wishes to, then fine. But I don't see. First of all, I don't see any near where they're trying to put in this laboratory. But those are my comments. If nobody has any more, do we have a motion?
I can make the motion, but I mean, Chris, what do you want from us? And Kim, what do you want from us? I mean, we gave comments. Do we, the draft ordinance doesn't include our comments. So do we want to rewrite it right now? Do we want to say that we want it, change so we can't change the 600 feet from for schools, correct? But we can change the 150 feet from parks.
So just some options for you. I've heard two things that you've been talking about, and one is on item page 13, package page 191, G5. I didn't hear, or maybe you need to decide on your motion, that we should include public parks as being, it sounds like it's okay if it's closer or if maybe right next door to a public park. That's not part of the state law. I think you could delete that from the proposed ordinance. You could also delete that establishments should not be closer than 150 feet to residential units, if you're talking about that number 5. And then the other thing that you've been talking about is the background checks, which is item page 14, package page 192D. You could propose changes to that language that applicants must provide a list of, I don't know what, key employees and conduct background checks or management employees.
What's the state require?
Yeah, I would want to do what the state requires.
Okay, so if you don't want it to be more exhaustive than the state, then you can just, I think, and Ms. Davi could talk about that, I don't think we need to duplicate the state regulations here.
Correct. We don't need to codify background checks that the state will require if that's the limitation that the Planning Commission is recommending.
Yeah, that's what I would want. So
same here.
And I will also add the 150-foot buffer to residential uses is not required by the state as well. So if you find that that's something you're considering wanting to remove, I would suggest it be part of your motion.
In my consideration, to me, it's like any other laboratory. Yeah. This is a testing facility. It's not, cannabis is just a word in this case.
Yeah. So I move to, I'll make a motion to amend City Code sections chapter 38, sections chapter 3811, 3816, 3840B, 3841, and chapter 22, sections 2239A to create definition of cannabis and cannabis products to create an industrial use classification of agricultural testing laboratory, including cannabis testing, conditionally permitted in the IR zoning district subject to regulations in accordance with the, as presented, subject to the changes on G5 to remove public recreation or public parks, and removing of removing public recreation center or public parks and establishment not to be located closer than 100 feet to the residential use. So it will end at K-12. Sorry, this is complicated. And then also to delete 6D altogether.
How about amend 6D to provide a list of employees and background checks for management staff?
Well, the question was that if we're already duplicating what the state does, we're not increasing it. They've already done that. So they've already done a background check to get the license by these people. In order to get the license, well, let's just finish the motion and then we can have a discussion.
Okay, all right.
I suggest just a list. The list of their major management staff. At least that, so we have contact information for their management staff.
Employee applicant must provide a list of employees, and that's fine. List of key managed employees.
Great.
Are you a
That's
second?
my motion.
Mike, are you a second?
I'll be a second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Well, just, to be nitpicky here, I kind of agree with Hanson's original idea. It's just to get rid of that list altogether of employees. If it's not required by state law, why are we going there? We're just making a more complicated ordinance for this very ancillary use.
I think Chris just covered it when he said that those are emergency contacts.
Oh, okay. And I agree with that. I agree with that. That's okay to provide a list of key employees and contact information. So I think that's fine.
And Chair Brassfield, can I ask for a point of clarification on the motion for number 5? I understand public recreation center and public park is eliminated. I was unclear. There's also the requirement that goes beyond state law for establishments shall not be located closer than 150 feet to residential uses. As currently stated in the motion, that would remain. And I just want to confirm that was the intent.
Well, that goes to the person who made the motion, Hanson.
Wait, so I was under the impression that we were told that the 150 feet, there is no 150 feet from residential. Is there 150?
In the draft ordinance there is, and so that's—
No, but is there in state law? No, so then it's to remove it all the way. It was intended to be removed all the way.
I think you said that.
Yeah.
So strike public to use in G5.
And I would suggest to you, Kim, that with all the changes we're making in residential areas, it's going to become problematic. So we have a first and a second, and any discussion? Thanks, Kim, for the clarification.
And thanks, Hanson, for wording the motion.
Well,
yes. Yeah, it's mostly talk tonight.
Really.
So can I have a roll call vote?
Evidently, Chair Brathfield,
Yes.
Vice Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Abstain.
and Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Perfect.
So we have one
That motion
abstain.
carries.
Yeah, all the rest are yeses, so motion carries. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving right along. Recommend to City Council. No, that's the last one. We have discussed policy guidance for accessory dwelling units, ordinance update to comply with the state requirements and policy options.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to introduce Andy Flower, our principal planner, who has been lead on the accessory dwelling unit ordinance for the city of Monterey. And unlike the first item, we're not looking for a decision tonight. We're asking the commission to listen carefully and absorb Mr. Flowers' presentation, listen to the public. If you're ready to provide some preliminary feedback, that would be great. But if you'd want to just continue it to another meeting where you have additional time to provide that feedback, that works as well. So we're not asking for a decision tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andy. Take it away.
Director Cole. Hello, Chair and Planning Commissioners. If I may, I'd like to share my screen and give a presentation.
Would you speak up, please?
Absolutely. Yes, I'm trying a new mic. I'm trying to be more clear. I hope my voice is sounding clear.
It could be louder.
Okay, let me see. Maybe I can adjust that.
Lots louder.
Okay. How about this? Is that better?
That's better.
That's better.
Okay. My name is Andy Flower. I am Principal Planner, and I have the pleasure of presenting to you our initial discussion for accessory dwelling units. And here we go. Everybody can see my screen, yes?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so tonight's presentation, I want to thank all of you for being here. I know it's late. It's been a long night. I'll try to go quickly. So I want to give you a little overview for what we'll be seeing. There's a lot of slides, but that's intended to enrich some of the policy questions that are before you this evening. We're going to have 7 slides that will bring about some overview. Then we have 9 policy questions, and that encompasses 25 slides, and that includes 4 case studies. So as Director Cole mentioned, the carryover discussion may be continued to the next meeting, which will be November 10th. Otherwise, if you direct me to do some further research, then in order to come back with a new staff report, I would need to have that be postponed to November 24th. So just a heads up. And here we go. We're starting with state law impact. There's been a huge impact with how much parking could be required, although there was not much before, but now there's even less control that we have locally for that. For ADUs, they can now be built on any size lot and pretty much any zoning within our city where a single family, mixed use or multifamily building exists. There's a new concept, which is a waiver. So if somebody wants to build an ADU, they have an opportunity to waive up to 800 square feet. Or let me put it this way. In order to build an 800 square foot ADU, they could waive any lot coverage or FAR that might otherwise exceed the maximum. There's a 4-foot rear and side setback as a minimum, and a city may employ a 16-foot height maximum. Now that's a minimum maximum. And if you've been following council recently, you may have heard that there was an urgency ordinance so that we could have this enacted until the Planning Commission can move forward with determining whether there might be some flexibility with that or not. Owner occupancy is no longer an option for cities, for ADUs. It is, however, an option for junior ADUs, and it is the base law. We could otherwise be more flexible, but the state law states that for somebody to have a junior ADU, they would need to be owner occupied, either the primary residence or that junior ADU. And a junior ADU is just very much what it sounds like. It's like an ADU, except it's smaller. It can only be built within an existing space, and it must include an efficiency kitchen, but it doesn't necessarily have to have its own bathroom.
Can it be a garage conversion?
Correct. Yes, that's most commonly what it would be. And we'll get to how that might impact parking here soon. That's one of the few areas of flexibility a city has for parking requirements.
Andy, Stephen Millich here. Has the council considered guest buildings? I know that for a guest house, you cannot have a kitchen and you cannot rent it out under city guidelines. I'm just wondering how many guest houses we have in the city that if the regulations were changed, there would be available housing in light of the fact that, you know, it's costs so much to build nowadays.
Certainly, yes. I think that's a fantastic question. And we did anticipate that a little bit. I do include at the end of our discussion here a slide about those very criteria that you're speaking of. So there is that opportunity that would coincide with a new ordinance, the possibility of enabling those guest houses to become accessory dwelling units. But because they don't currently have a kitchen, it could be a little problematic. But I think it's worthy of discussion, absolutely. Because, and I would say I think there's around 24 of them, and we have all of those addresses. So if need be, we could communicate directly with those folks.
Sorry for preempting you there.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate the involvement. So again, we're talking about overview, big picture things. So why consider flexibility? Because that's really what's before you today. We would otherwise just adopt an ordinance that only looks to allowing the minimum that the state law currently allows. So tonight we're going to be talking about 9 policy questions, and the reason these are the 4 underlying reasons why we're looking at them: to streamline regulations. Now, the state has said that all ADUs must be ministerial, which is the opposite of discretionary. So that means it's just going to go directly to our building department. So we want to make sure to help our friends in the building department, because they will be fielding questions about ADUs. And they'll also be, of course, reviewing for ADUs. So we want to make sure that these are regulations that are easy to implement, easy to give guidance on, and easy to review. We want to adapt ADU rules to our unique city and not just take the state sort of general code here. And we want to only expand development standards when it reflects neighborhood character. And lastly, we want to recognize opportunities to encourage off-street parking. So what does the state allow? Here's a basic concept here. Conversions are allowed outright for all 3 here. And so that's the junior ADU and an ADU, whether it be connected to a single family or a multifamily building. We can also see very clearly with the state law that detached ADUs are clearly allowed for either single family or multifamily. What is a little bit of a gray area, and I'm beginning to hint at one of the policy questions here, is additions and whether or not we want to allow them in the city. So average cost, the United Way has a wonderful ADU advisory group, and they've put their heads together, and folks with experience have estimated that it costs about $150,000 to build approximately an 750 square foot ADU. So that factors into this big concept of affordability, which was something that came up when we went to the council meeting. Now, affordability, as far as being able to write it into regulation, there's not really a mechanism for that unless we were to provide a resource, like maybe we can connect with grant money, which Grant over in housing is keeping his eyes open and trying to attract any opportunity for that, or the possibility of water credits. And we'll see where that goes into the future. The other option is to for a nonprofit to construct the ADU. And here, looking at affordability, the big picture, I also want to make it clear that while of course we want to see more very low, moderate units being built in our city, but we also have We also have a number here as part of our RENA table for above moderate. So these ADUs could fit in any one of these categories. So we have approximately 12 ADUs, although I think we've approved a few more since this map was made just a couple months ago. We've got 12 ADUs. You can see them in the yellow stars there, and the gray circles are areas. These are locations tied to these are properties where folks have come into our office within the past year with questions about ADUs. And all of these policy questions are really coming directly from those discussions. And I wanted to show just a quick image of some of those ADUs that are out there in the neighborhood, mostly just to express that they're kind of hiding in plain sight. Just because we'll maybe have more ADUs in our community, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to change much about the character of our neighborhoods. And of course, we can affect that even more with being deliberate with how we put this ordinance together. So here are our 9 policy questions that we're going to just touch on tonight. As Director Cole said, we're not looking for answers today, but just to begin the discussion and to hear from you about what you might like for us to maybe do a deeper dive in, or maybe there's some new ideas that come out of this evening. So the first 3 questions, should we allow different combinations for ADUs and JADUs? Should we allow for explicit additions to single family and multifamily homes for ADUs and junior ADUs? Should we allow a junior ADU waiver similar to that ADU waiver? The next 3, should we consider a maximum size? The state gives us limitations on what that could be. And maybe our maximum size has made some sense in the past, but I would encourage you to consider how our prior maximum size standards fits in with the new state requirements, because it's important to understand that context. Should we allow for height above 16 feet? And this would be for either single family or multifamily. And should we allow for the few parking requirements that are available to us? Or are there other ways that we can incentivize bringing in parking along with ADU development? So the last 3, should we think about objective design review standards? Shall we consider exempting garages? And should we preclude ADUs from being able to be constructed within airport safety zones? So I put together this graphic to give some examples of what this means to have different combinations of ADUs and junior ADUs. So I've got 3 site plans here, and among the sort of the options, the multi-choice, the ones that you see highlighted are the ones that are in question with this policy question. In other words, this first site plan that could easily be understood as a single family home. It could also be understood to be a single family with both an attached ADU and an internal converted space for a junior ADU. What's in question is whether or not we would allow 2 ADUs or
Yeah,
2.
that was my question. Is that sorry, Andy?
Yeah.
So under 1B, right? So that there's 3 residences there.
Under B, yes. Under B, C, or D, there would be 3.
Okay, that's what I want. Okay. So 3 res. Okay, that's what I wanted to. I was just make sure I was reading that correctly.
Yes, so there could be 3 residences with letter C. That's allowed outright with the state, with the new state law. Okay. And for the second site plan, that could easily be seen as a single family with a detached garage. somebody could choose to have the detached garage become an ADU, and there could be an internal junior ADU combined with the single family home. So the question here is, would we also otherwise allow for there to be an ADU connected inside the house? And the last site plan could only exist if there was this consideration to expand our interpretation of the state guidance and to allow different combinations. I should say one more thing about this. One of the main reasons to consider this is, for instance, for letter D here with this first site plan, somebody may not have enough water to have an ADU plus a JADU, but they might have enough for 2 junior ADUs. So here's a question about additions. And this is very consequential for both the planning and building department. And this is something that we're very familiar with because our current code has put us in a similar kind of quandary. So what would be allowed in a 2-step process? The policy question is, would we maybe want to just allow that upfront? And this would encourage transparency and honesty at the counter. And it would also make things much easier for the building department to have a clear understanding of what use is intended for an addition. So I'll walk through this step 1 and 2 just to be super clear about this. Somebody certainly has an ability to add on to their home. Once that addition is constructed, they also, through the state law, have an ability to then inhabit that new area with either a junior ADU or an ADU. But unless we make it explicit within our ordinance, this will remain a 2-step process. So a junior ADU, and here we get back to the water restrictions and how this is factored with this policy question. With water restrictions, somebody may only have enough water to do a junior ADU. Now this question is really balanced with the prior question, meaning this waiver only makes sense if we are allowing additions. So if we allow an addition for a junior ADU, then that could enable someone who wouldn't have enough water for a second bathroom, but does have enough water for a second kitchen to create a new home for somebody who's looking for one. So just this describes it a little more directly. Maybe this avoids a potential pitfall where a property owner might not have enough water for an ADU, and then also not enough floor area ratio for a junior ADU. And I wanted to give a quick example of how the ADU waiver works. So if we have I'm just going to leave the math alone. So if somebody understands things better with math, they can look at that part, but I won't describe it. But generally, if you've got a primary home and maybe there's a detached garage that then you decide to have become an ADU, that ADU may put you over in the FAR, except that a waiver is available to you. So the question is, would we want to allow a similar thing for a junior ADU, to allow an addition that would be no larger than 500 square feet, because that is the maximum for a junior ADU. Okay, moving on. Now we're in the second group of policy questions, and this one asks, should we regulate the maximum size? We currently have a 50% rule, or I should say we did prior, but we have now revoked all of our prior ADU rules. Now, a 50% rule would act very differently today because we have these two minimum standards for sizes, for whether an ADU proposed is a studio or 1 bedroom or more than 2 bedrooms.
Excuse me, Andy, could you repeat what the 50% rule is?
Yes.
Just for our dummies, okay?
Oh, yes, and I have an example here. So
Okay.
this example is a conversion. So if you have an existing home and you decide that you want an ADU, in the past, what we've required is we've said that accessory dwelling unit can be no larger than 50% of the entire home, or excuse me, of the primary home that would be sort of left out of that equation. So that what is in purple could only equal 50% of what is in pink. And because we now have these, you cannot preclude an ADU that is smaller than 850, or that is 850 square feet, even if that, let's have an example here. Let's say that the primary house is 1,000 square feet. If somebody wanted to build an ADU, they have an ability with the state law to build something that's up to 850 square feet. So even if we had a 50% rule, this is still sort of a baseline that is in play. So that means that the 50% rule would only be a factor for those units that are proposed to be larger than these.
You can build a bedroom bigger than your house.
Yeah.
Bigger than your ADU.
And that would be the idea too, that if something is an addition, once you go beyond these sizes, you have to meet the FAR. I should say, after you go, let's say it this way, the waiver that exists is only in order to build up to an 800 square foot ADU. So it's not as though the waiver is going to allow somebody to build a 2,000 square foot ADU and they just use the waiver to get to that 2,000 square foot size. The waiver is only enabled if the ADU is 800 square feet or less. And I know this sort of gets a little tangled, and I hope I'm clarifying more than confusing. So I do look forward to questions, and I do welcome questions as we go along. So options for height flexibility. It is possible that we could only allow height in excess of 16 feet within an R3 zone. Another opportunity would be to require objective design standards when height is allowed in excess of 16 feet. But 16 feet is the minimum allowed through the state. Prior to this, our maximum was 12 feet for an accessory dwelling unit. So it has grown by 4 feet. So here's our zoning map just to show you where the R3 zones are, just to remind you, if that's something that you want to consider. So we've got in the lower part of New Monterey, in the upper part of Spaghetti Hill, essentially, and then we've got Oak Grove and several other neighborhoods in this area. We've got an area, I'm thinking you can see my cursor, and that's one difference between Zoom and Google Meet. I apologize for that. But as you can see, all of the areas in orange are.
I can see your cursor, so it works perfect.
Oh, great. Okay, great. So here's an example for why we might want to consider this idea of taller than 16 feet. If somebody has a detached garage, they are allowed to convert that into an ADU. If the city were to consider allowing for carriage houses, then this would have the positive effect of retaining that parking. And there's also something that was raised during the council meeting by someone who called in, who touched back on our contact statement for part of our downtown. So many first-generation owners built multifamily units at the rear of their properties to supplement their incomes, and the intensity of this contemporary development has left its mark on the neighborhood. The character is now multifamily residential.
So, Andy, I have a question about this 2 slides back.
Yeah.
And the garages. So, where you have C, you have the ADU built over the garage. Can the city say, if you increase the height, can you require the the accessory dwelling unit to go on top of the garage rather? So, meaning that if you have can you put a ban on garage conversions if you allow them to go on top?
I wouldn't say the ban part would be something that would be acceptable, but I would say we could incentivize by saying that height is extra height is only allowed when garages are at the ground level. That would be a kind of objective design standard that would be, in my mind, and we'll double check with our city attorney, of course, but my understanding is that could work as an objective design standard.
Well, how does ADA fit in with that, Andy? If you had a loft unit, would it have to be accessible to handicap?
My understanding is no. You can build a carriage house.
I have a question. If you had a 16-foot height limit and you wanted to convert your garage, you could use that 16 feet and have a sleeping loft above a regular ceiling if you limited the ceiling to, say, 8 or 9 feet and have, you could work with 16 feet and still have something that is a whole piece, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a room.
I like your enthusiasm about that, Sandy. Our experience in working with a designer who had hoped that he could do that because of the definition we have for building height. Now, I heard your question, though. It involved conversion of existing, and so that is a little different.
Okay.
You could have a 2-story in your rear yard that's existing non-conforming, but and then convert it, absolutely. But as far as new construction or addition,
okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Stephen Milich brought up a good point about ADA compliance. In multifamily zones and design for multifamily buildings, there are requirements for ADA access. Why wouldn't this fall under those same requirements? We're essentially eliminating single-family residential zoning in exchange for multifamily residential zoning. So where's the distinction between that and like a R3 where it would be required?
Well, that's a good question. I can certainly do a little more research about that. That my answer was off the cuff. I'm certainly not an expert on ADA, but I have brought these ideas to our building department, and they haven't set off any alarm bells for this, and they usually are very responsive, particularly for ADA.
It goes to the basic, new definition of multifamily residential. There's no longer going to be a single family residential. Are we changing all our maps to show that these are no longer single family residential lots?
Well, technically they are. Well, let's be clear though. All these images that you're seeing right here, I believe these are all R3 zones.
Yeah, I'm not referring to these images.
Yeah.
I understand what they're for.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking more conceptually about what this really means, what these requirements really mean for the single family residential zone.
They will remain R1s to my understanding. And technically, accessory dwelling units aren't counted as density. So there's some things that are a little different, you know, for an R1 zone where an ADU and a junior ADU are allowed. It's a little different than an R3 zone.
Yeah, I just really want to confirm what Andy's saying here. The state law in terms of planning and zoning regs continues to consider them single family properties if they're R1 zone. And in terms of density, you know, normally in terms of density, when you increase the number of units, there's different math that applies. And the state law says you don't look at that. It's not subject to density, and it's not a change in zoning. I think your question about accessibility and do those requirements increase? I'm with Andy. I have not heard that any building department in the state of California is doing that in terms of the blogs and various things that we're looking at. So we happy to research that more. And I understand the point you're making. And I see Ms. Dobby unmuted herself, so she may have additional feedback.
My feedback is actually exactly the same as both of you. I have not heard of that being triggered with this kind of development.
I'm pretty sure it kicks in when you get up into 4 and 5 units. I was involved in one in PG that had that kind of issue, and there are laws about ADU being required once you go over a threshold of a certain number of units.
You mean ADA?
Yes, ADA, sorry.
Yeah, and that would be established in the building codes and those regulations, so that should be ascertainable. But I think you're probably correct that it doesn't kick in until it's a much higher development project.
Well, why don't you research it and get back to us at the next meeting if you can?
Mm-hmm.
And
Andy, what a great job you're doing. This is some complicated stuff. I had a question about what if you had an existing 2-story house and you wanted to put the ADA upstairs and you were putting like dormers on, or you were going over 16 feet at that second level to accomplish your ADA?
So I heard 2 questions there. The first one being, like, if you're converting existing space.
It's a junior.
Or it could be a regular ADU.
Right.
It could be.
Well, it's just the idea that sometimes you do little additions to second levels.
Yeah.
That are over 16 feet high to make things, to make the space work out.
This is why we are looking to you and hoping, and this is why the council is looking to you as well, because they knew that you would be able to sit with the details and to really untangle the knots on this. And that's a perfect example of why having clarity in our ordinance that additions that are intended to serve the possibility for an ADU, if we had that explicitly in our code, that would be a great service for both the building and planning department, because the gray areas are vast otherwise. Yeah. And I promised that we would have some sort of model properties, and this is one of them. So 699 Archer Street. This property owner has been working nearly a year now on trying to find a way to thread the needle on creating both an ADU and a junior ADU at the site. And it's really a remarkable piece of property because even in building a second story, it appears so far, of course, in New Monterey, you never know, but it appears that it wouldn't actually hamper anybody's view. That's of course an ideal situation and sort of rare. But you can see with this that their idea at first was to take their garage in its existing location and to build that second story. And their ideal would be to have a bit of a shed roof, and they wanted to be very conscientious to the neighbors and not invade their privacy. So there would be no windows on the wall that would be 4 or 5 feet away from the property line. But neither of these would be possible with because of the way that we define building height. So that means as soon as you cut in a door of any sort, a garage or a man door, as soon as you do that, that is where the height of the building is then measured. So even if they were to sink the building, even if they were to flatten the roof, they cannot get it down to 6. So at 16 feet, we really are prohibiting a second story or any carriage house.
This POS turned off again.
And here we have another example property, and this property is like several others along the row here. It is a duplex, so it is considered multifamily. And you can see that there's another road in the rear of the property, and I have a photo from that side, or a Google image from that side. And this person would like to develop a carriage house, just similar to all of his neighbors here. He would like for there to be not just one garage, but he would like there to be a 3-car garage with a unit above it. But that cannot be done because of the 16-foot height restriction. This is another example where this is multifamily, and it truly is an apartment building. And these folks would like they would like a couple of extra units, which is allowed outright with the state rules. And you're allowed up to 2 detached ADUs for any multifamily structure. They would prefer to keep their parking because they see the value in that, and they understand that their residents see the value in that. So their preference would be to demolish this existing carport and rebuild it with the strength for 2 units above. But again, with our 16-foot height restriction, that would not be possible. They could, however, inhabit the space that is the carport, and they could build 2 units at ground level and remove those parking spaces. And so now we get to our next policy question, which is all about parking. Chris Schmidt made this great map, and I want to make sure he gets credit for it. And you can see all the dots are where bus stops are. And state law now points to bus stops as far as if you are within a half-mile walk to a bus stop, then we cannot require parking for that ADU. And you can see there's only this one area, I believe that's Fishman Flat.
Yeah, that's my area.
Oh, great. It's familiar then. So that neighborhood might feel a little picked on. That would be the only area where we would say, if we so desired with our ordinance. So in other words, the state law doesn't require parking for areas outside, but we can require parking with our ordinance. So the question is, should we maybe want to follow what most cities have discovered, that it makes more sense to just remove all parking requirements? And then the second question is, because we did discover with that HCD guidance document that was included as one of your attachments, that it is possible for a city to require replacement parking when a junior ADU is created within an attached garage. That's the one nuance. That's the one place where we could require parking. So that question is, now in requiring that parking though, it would not necessarily have to be covered parking.
If all parking requirements were dispensed with, don't you think people would park on lawns?
Well, that was going to be my next.
Yes, and yes.
Yeah.
I think you're pushing the problem onto a city street. You're increasing density, and now, you're making the problems from that density become your neighbors' problems. Some of our neighborhoods, like New Monterey, already have problems with cars on the street.
I hear you.
But isn't that, Andy, isn't that the only place that is right there is Fisherman's Flats and Deer Flats? That's it. Every other place you can't require. They can get rid of their parking. The only place is my neighborhood and the one right next to it. That's it.
There's something wrong with that.
Well, that's it. that's a state legislature issue.
It's just, there's
But
something
one
wrong
thing,
with it.
I can send a ray of hope here that Commissioner Fletcher, I don't think you're the only one who thinks something's wrong with that. In fact, most of the potential applicants who have come to our office to discuss what they'd like to do, almost all of them are including parking because they know that it's necessary for them and for them to use and for their neighbors to not be bothered. So even though it's not required, most of the applicants are incorporating it in with the design. We just can't mandate it.
So Andy,
Yeah.
had you done a little survey of our neighboring jurisdictions and how they're approaching this parking issue?
Well, not just our neighbors, but yes, several cities within the state. I can look more specifically about the parking. There's not much we can do. Really, this is the only place where we have some discretion is whether or not we would want to require replacement parking when a junior ADU is created within an attached garage. That's really the only way that the state law empowers us to. So, and this is in part also why I'm trying to bring to your attention that the idea of a carriage house can go a long way in incentivizing parking.
On your parking slide here, the first thing, does the city want to remove all parking requirements? So you're telling me that's not really a choice for us?
Well, what it means is, do we want to say that Commissioner Hansen must provide parking, but nobody else?
Well, you know, if you have a longer driveway, then you've got at least theoretically room for parking.
Right.
That's a good point, because tandem parking is one of the things that is allowed.
Right.
Now, we could say where we would want to prohibit parking, and I heard Sandy's response, and I think that was Commissioner Freeman's response, and I think that was Commissioner Fletcher's suggestion that people just park on the lawn. So we could make sure with our ordinance to prohibit parking in the front yard for ADUs.
Could we require that each unit or so many square feet have so many square feet of driveway? So to kind of get around the parking requirement? Now, we can't have parking requirements, but what if can we have a driveway of a certain length proportionate to how many square feet the ADU is?
Well, that's an interesting question. We could certainly consider allowing for a second curb cut if that's maybe, but then we're getting into people parking in the front yards. So it's the delicate balance, right?
Yes.
Also,
I would imagine, Stephen, they would allow that because then that's the way to prohibit ADUs, right? So you can't, if you're going to say you have to have a garage, you have to have a driveway of a certain length in order to do that, and you don't have a I can put an ADU even if I don't have a driveway right now, right? And so if you're saying I have to have a driveway of a certain length, that's a backdooring, prohibiting it. And you can't do that. So I couldn't imagine that working.
well, also one of the distinctions that's going to be important here is
I wouldn't be so sure.
covered parking versus uncovered parking.
Yes, and even with our last ordinance, the replacement parking, when we were empowered to require it, it could be tandem. It did not, and it could be uncovered. So we sort of already let go of that. I mean, the state forced our hand, is what I mean to say. I mean, it was, yeah.
I do want to provide, some people or commissioners brought up the concept of parking across the front yard. There are current regulations that we do enforce pretty regularly with code compliance. You can't just park all across your yard. You have to park in the driveway on a hard surface, and driveways are generally defined as having a certain dimension. So just so you know, that's a current regulation that I don't think we envision changing, but it does exist.
And it's being violated right now.
That I don't, yeah, we frequently enforce against that issue. It's one of the things we respond to.
Everybody ready to power on? Shall we continue?
Paving access for each unit in lieu of parking.
So moving on to policy question number 7. This could be one opportunity, is that we incorporate with our ordinance some objective design standards. And this is an example from Vancouver, Canada, that was sent to me kindly as an example. The next question is whether or not we should exempt garages. This is a corner lot in an R3 zone, and the way that our regulations read now, because this lot is the size that it is, it precludes this property owner from being able to have a garage. So this is sort of an extreme example, but there's also questions about garages generally, that the city cannot prohibit garages from being attached to proposed detached ADUs. And it is not feasible to request staff or the ARC to assess a partial design proposal. In other words, if someone has an ADU designed with a detached garage, which is something I'm hearing that we might want to encourage, without exempting garages in our ordinance, it would have this funny dual pathway in that the garage itself would have to potentially go through a planning permit, architectural review, but its shared wall with the ADU, you know, would be this, it would be an impossible task for either staff or the ARC, or at least it's sort of a silly task. If you're reviewing for a portion of a building, and if there was guidance for, say, materials or roof pitches, I think that it would be pretty difficult to say that that wasn't also tied to discretionary review of the ADU itself, which is maybe a dangerous prospect, legally, is what I mean to say. So a garage that is attached to a proposed ADU could be made exempt from discretionary decisions such as proposed materials or roof pitches. And so this would resolve issues with any shared walls, things like that. And it would also support goals for retained or improved on-site parking opportunities for new ADUs. Does anybody have any questions about that while I'm here?
I had a picture about the, I don't mean to back up, but just in general, this state law started on January 1st, 2020, right?
Correct, yes. I meant to say that in the beginning. Thank you for that.
And this is, what do we as a city have is there a time constraint we have here to adopt a new ordinance?
No, in fact, some of our, like you had asked about neighboring cities, the city of Seaside has decided to not adopt their own ordinance, and instead they're just relying on the state ordinance, or the state law, rather, the state law. And that's where we are. That's the default, is the state law.
And when does that kick? Isn't there a date that kicks in?
Oh, that was January 1, 2020.
Oh, okay, so that's it.
Yeah, we've had a few come through. I've reviewed a few.
Can I make a suggestion?
Certainly.
In lieu of a parking requirement, you have a paved driveway X feet long by X feet wide for ADA access and also for health and safety so that people are able to access their ADU during inclement weather. So that's in lieu of a parking requirement. I know I think too much. But give that some thought.
I've got
You
it
can
in
have
my
a parking
notes.
requirement, but if you're concerned about the health and safety of the people accessing their unit, perhaps there is something that would make access to their unit a little bit easier or quite a bit easier, especially if they're moving in heavy items such as furniture, refrigerators, et cetera, washers, dryers, whatever.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills.
Just a
Got-
thought.
Got it in my notes. So here we are on the last, number 9 of the policy questions, and this one is about airport safety zones. So we do have an ability as a city to preclude these areas within the airport safety zones from being allowed to have ADUs or junior ADUs, and that would be for the health and safety of the inhabitants, because it is not consistent with the land use plan for the airport. So prohibition in these zones, and I've got a couple of aerial maps here to give you a little bit of an idea of what's on the ground. And so if recommended and approved by council, if we had an ordinance that precluded these areas from ADUs and junior ADUs, then when we would bring this to the Airport Land Use Commission, there's a high likelihood that they would find this ordinance to be consistent with their land use plan. If instead we did not incorporate something like this, then a council override would be necessary.
So
So
just
this-
to clarify,
Yeah.
Andy, the state law actually allows you to exempt airport safety zones from ADU requirements.
Correct.
Okay.
That's, yes.
And that's because of the possibility of planes crashing into these areas and reducing potential, casualties.
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
There was a case many years ago, Terry, that involved San Jose Airport flyover zone, and it was inverse condemnation of the property that was underneath the zone. And the appellate court held that that was a taking. And so that's why we have the restrictions now on putting buildings in these zones, because they would be subject to inverse condemnation by the
Okay.
airport court.
Wow.
We had an airplane crash land right there, just short of the runway, right where we were looking on that last map. It was Zan Hansen. Flew in from Mexico, ran out of fuel right there.
Wow.
It's unfortunate. Goodness. So because water restrictions are probably the biggest challenge for anybody wanting to construct an ADU or a junior ADU, I wanted to share with you the things that we've learned from our water district. So of course, the most typical way that folks can have access to more water credits than what exists for their household is to install high efficiency appliances and water fixtures. The water district has been very proactive. They adopted an ordinance that made it very clear that a primary dwelling water credits may be used for a detached ADU. So they were dealing with a gray area before that. So we're happy to have that clarity. A second bathroom credits cannot be used for ADUs or junior ADUs. And this is a really exciting one. Gray water systems can be used for single family homes. And we have a property right now, the 699 Archer, that may be implementing this in the near future. We may have a model for this. Pretty exciting stuff. ADUs do not require a separate CalAm water meter, but may require an inline meter between the house and separate and new ADU buildings.
Wouldn't
So
that
the
be nice,
recommendation-
Andy, if the water district were to change their rule about the second bathrooms being used for ADUs?
Well, it would be counter to how they were able to have the convenience bathroom be allowed in the first place. So
Okay.
I can respect that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
they've
it would
done
be-
studies that sort of supported that didn't expand water use.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. That was a condition. Yeah. That there would be no additional household. So it would be contrary to that if they then allowed for additional units with that. Yeah. So they're partnering with us. So if somebody's doing an addition and then coming back to do an ADU, if that water credit, yeah, it's being watched closely. Okay, so recommendation is that the Planning Commission discuss flexibility options to inform staff of next steps for an updated ADU ordinance.
Is it time for
I'm a bit-
comments?
Yes.
Questions.
Okay.
Let's do questions first.
Oh, shoot. All right. I wanted to make a comment.
Let's ask any questions of Andy. Andy, if I'll go ahead and start. It seems that R1 is going to be dead. Now listen to what Kim said, but it's going to be R1 either with an asterisk or a 1 plus.
Right.
It seems like to me, but that's more of a comment. But is there anything in the planning process to articulate that to the citizenry that it's no longer just a plain R1?
Well, we've been allowed to have ADUs in our city for some time now. One of the biggest changes is probably the lot size change. The idea that if you're under 5,000 square feet, you can build an ADU, which we'd had several requests for that prior to January. So I don't know that we're having more outreach than what we're doing right now with the ADUs. But point taken, we can certainly. Did you have something in mind, Chair Brasfield?
Well, it's just, I mean, it's the whole, one of the things that the council asked for is to maintain the neighborhood. Well, what we're talking about here is going to change any neighborhood. So I don't know if that's why I asked if it's not going to be R1 anymore, but you answered my question. Thank you. I think some of the other things is one of the things I know where some either J ADUs or ADUs are in the city that are not on your map. And also it shows some bus stops in my neighborhood that they're no longer valid. So they don't stop there anymore. So we have some cleanup work to do, but on the no parking, on the requirements in the law, we could encourage paved parking off street though, couldn't we?
Well, we do have, as Director Cole was mentioning, we do have some language in our code that, for instance, you can't have more than 50% of your front yard paved. So if that's something that the Planning Commission would want to rethink or not.
Well, if we had kept existing driveways, that would be, even if the garage was converted to an ADU and it was sufficient to park cars, would that be part of that issue?
Oh, I find that most people are already anticipating that. So most people don't want to have to search for parking or become a burden in the neighborhood. So most of the applicants we've been working with, they've anticipated their parking needs and incorporated it with the site plan.
Okay. Since are we going to do public comment, or is this just asked for your input from the commission?
We'll be doing public comment as well this evening.
Okay, then any other questions of Andy? Then let's open it up for public comment.
Well,
if we can.
I think I do have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
So the part that I got confused about was the waiver part, the 800 square feet and all of that. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to digest it tonight.
Sure.
I guess we're going to have time to study this. I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah.
And you know, it seems like almost the only part that isn't really being affected by this is setbacks. You know, we still have all the zoning requirements for setbacks that stand. I don't see any of them, or except that one 4 foot. I guess there is a 4 foot. What was it, rear and side, or is it all setbacks are now 4 feet?
Rear and side. You're correct.
So we get to still decide our own front setbacks.
Yes, and I believe that and I can check in on this if folks are interested, but I believe that while a detached ADU would have that ability with the reduced setbacks of only 4 feet to the rear and the side, if we were to consider allowing for an addition to a primary home that would become either the ADU or the junior ADU, that we could require that addition meet the setbacks of that underlying zone.
Right. And then we also have setback requirements between structures.
And our understanding is that may well go away.
Okay.
By the way, Terry, yeah, your modulation goes from hard to hear to very loud and somewhere in between.
I'm sorry. I don't know
without a program in that, I just wanted to let you know that we're having that problem.
Okay. I don't know what I can do about that.
Okay. Any other questions? Let's open it up for public comment.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I just want to take a quick moment to remind everyone of the process for public comment. You can join by telephone by dialing 833-568-8864 or join directly through Zoom at the link provided at isearchmonterey.org. And our meeting ID is 161-563-6904. And just a friendly reminder, we have designated a 3-minute time limit for tonight's meeting. So I will include a countdown for 3 minutes on any public comment. And just taking a look over here, we do have a couple people with their hands raised, so I will answer those in order received. And if you'd like to raise your hand, please press *9. And with that being said, it looks like the first hand that I have raised, I'm allowing to talk and share right now, is a phone number and ending in 204. So if you could just please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Tom Raleigh, resident of Fisherman's Flats. Have been here for many years. I was also around when the city created an auxiliary housing unit. I think it was even before Kim Cole's time, which would allow an auxiliary unit added in the R3 zone. To my knowledge, I don't believe any were ever built because there was the city really didn't offer any incentives. And looking at what the goal has been for these auxiliary units, at least from the state, is the goal of providing more housing to increase the inventory of affordable housing, or possibly, like in a larger unit ADU, workforce housing. So if that's the goal, affordable housing or affordable workforce housing, the question is, can the staff come up with some incentives to allow a permit for an ADU or JDU to encourage placing the unit in the city's affordable housing program? In other words, perhaps trade water, if we had any, which the last I heard we had a smidgen, for somebody that was willing to put their JDU or ADU in affordable housing. The goal is affordable housing. And I don't think, I've heard no mention of that at all so far. Andy gave a very complete report, and this was discussed at the city council. I concur with encouraging parking. There are some neighborhoods, including ours, that's out of the bus service area. And believe me, we worked a long time to get bus service, and then MSD deleted it for budget reasons. Some neighborhoods have cul-de-sacs. And if you have several houses, 2 or more on a cul-de-sac, and you start allowing, no, you don't require parking, it really becomes just congested. The other thing is fire safety standards. On fire barriers, you need fire doors between living space and a garage now. And then the airport safety. There should not be any waiver for airport safety. And so again, finally, I think no loosening of our standards, because quite frankly, I think the mayor mentioned it when this was discussed to the city council. There's a real shortage of bus service and timing of bus service, and the state rule about a half mile is really kind of nonsensical when you look at the actual bus service that we have on the Monterey Peninsula. So I challenge the staff to come up with some kind of incentives that would encourage putting the ADU or JDU into the affordable housing program. Otherwise, you are just creating more housing, and it's not necessarily going to be affordable. So thanks a lot for listening.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. And let me go in quickly here and see if we have anyone else with their hands raised. Okay, I do have a couple others with their hands raised. So next up I have Catherine Avila, and I am allowing you to speak right now. If you could please unmute by either unmuting on your computer or pressing *6.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the city's planning staff, especially Andy. I know he's been working really hard on this topic and is very enthusiastic about it. And I think the state has laid out a great framework to expedite ADU construction. And the framework is not necessarily a predetermined limit, but rather minimum starting points for discussion of limits to be further studied and shaped based on our unique needs in our jurisdiction. There are many situations where taller or larger structures might be fully appropriate, and they would not at all burden the surrounding neighborhood. For example, a larger ADU on a lot where the standard lot coverage and floor area ratios could be met, even with the added ADU footage. Or perhaps a taller ADU where taller houses are typically allowed within the city and views of neighbors are not blocked. I'm especially excited about ADUs because I believe they're a natural extension of Monterey's housing history, and Andy spoke a little bit about this earlier. I'd like to read you a paragraph taken from the Historic Reconnaissance Survey of Old Town conducted in 2005, and I'll quote, The lower Old Town neighborhood was subdivided in the early years of the century and was built out by World War II, serving as home to many Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese American families tied to the booming fishing industry. By 1945, however, the reduction in the sardine catch began an economic decline, and the industry disappeared by the 1960s. The neighborhood soon began to transform and become more densely developed as many first-generation owners built multifamily units at the year of their properties to supplement their incomes, end quote. So you can see the citizens of Monterey successfully put ADUs into practice long before we really had a word for them or they became a hot topic. And they did so really organically and in a way that enhanced the neighborhood character. And Old Town has flourished since and remains a highly sought-after, desirable area to live. I sense that many people, and perhaps many of those on the city council, after hearing them speak a few weeks ago, are afraid to expand the regulations beyond the state-required minimums. Don't be. Take comfort in the fact that even in highly saturated markets such as Portland, only about 2% of homes have installed ADUs. Our new ADU laws in California have been in effect for about 10 months, since January 1st of this year, and the vast majority of the public doesn't even know it. Some of you didn't even know it tonight. The sky is not falling. Please direct your excellent and enthusiastic planning staff to compile objective guidelines that allow greater flexibility while maintaining neighborhood character. This will be good for all of us to fully embrace ADUs and take them to their full potential instead of trying to sequester them away like extra garages. I don't think any of us want just extra accessory structures that don't have much thought applied. Doing this would be a celebration and a natural progression of our local housing history and character. So I really hope you embrace ADUs. just like Monterey has embraced other accessory structures in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And it looks like we do have one more person that would like to speak. So let me go ahead and just reset our timing here, and I'll pull that up more momentarily. Okay, and our next person with their hand raised is Bill Barranco. So Bill, I did enable you to speak. If you could do me a favor and just unmute to be on with the Planning Commission.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Yes, hi Andy, thanks very much for a really great, thorough, detailed, deep and wide presentation. This is my second time to be listening in on some of your meetings in the city of Monterey, the first time for the planning. I'm very impressed with everybody who's really knowledgeable and concerned, and everyone seems to be working well together. I'm a new resident. I just purchased a property there in Monterey, and Andy's familiar with my property since I purchased it on August 1st. I've already done a lot of improvements with landscaping and inside the house, and I really am very enthusiastic about living in this area, actually retiring in the area. And so I wanted to say that it's my intention to build a carriage house at the rear of the property. It's a corner property. And if you look at the property yourself personally, physically, you can see the potential there, despite anything you see on maps or charts. And it just makes so much sense to build a carriage house there where I can not only take cars off the street and put them in enclosed parking, but also to build an ADU, a studio apartment configuration is my idea. And that's something I would classify as affordable housing. I'm not looking to build a McMansion. I'd like to build a bachelor pad or loft or studio apartment on top of a garage, and I think that's called a carriage house. So I'm endeavoring to go through the right steps to get the planning, and I'm hoping that I will have some success here in the next few months with going through your processes. So thank you very much for your information, hard work, and clarity on your process.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay. And it looks like we don't have anyone else with their hands raised at this time. Just one more note, if you would like to raise your hand, do so by clicking the raise hand button on the screen, or you can press *9. And at this time, I don't see anyone else raising their hand, so I'll make you aware of any additional public comment that might come in.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, now Sandy, you have a question, comment rather.
I have two comments. The first comment is, about 2 weeks ago, Andy sent out some required reading, right? And the one that just absolutely hit home for me was the Accessory Dwelling Unit Handbook. And on page 4, there is a list of all of the legislation that has been signed into law regarding the ADUs. And it is a quick summary, and it is quick and dirty, really, because it tells you exactly what the minimum changes are going to be. The changes that Monterey may make in addition to those are something else, but this is the minimum. The second comment I wanted to make is that twice has been mentioned that allowing the ADUs is going to turn R1 into de facto multifamily residential. And I think the way to prevent that, and this is on page 5 of this little handbook with a list of legislation, is to prevent what they call small lot subdivision by insisting that the there would be a prohibition for ADUs to be sold or conveyed separately from the primary dwelling. I think this is going to, water is an issue, so there's so many issues, but I think this is going to become the primary issue to protect the R1, R2, R3 neighborhoods as they are today. So just a comment.
Thank you.
Good comment. Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment. This is an issue that is, I don't know, I have a hard time with it. I'm all supportive of measures taken to create additional housing since we have such a problem there. But I'm also very concerned about how this will affect single-family residential character in the neighborhoods. And I think as we move forward, aside from all the requirements dictated to us from the state, we need to be looking at doing whatever we can to minimize the impact of these units in the single-family zone. And that's how I'm going to be looking at this as we move forward.
Thanks, Dan. Steve, any comments?
Nope.
Good. Mike?
Yes, I have a few comments. We used to live in an R3 zone, and I think someone was referring to that earlier, that they're R3 and they just love it. Well, we didn't love the R3 zone because it was almost impossible to park on our block. It was very dense. It was not pleasant, and so we decided we would buy up. So we came to Alta Mesa. We bought a big house, and we're very happy in our big house. We actually have an ADU in back of my house, and we're not renting it. It's my office. So I'm not a believer in the ADU thing because my RE, my residential estate lot, is now going to be worth less because it's going to be, it's going to be assumed to be a multifamily. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. It is not something I want to be doing. Is losing my quality of life here in Alta Mesa. I know of at least 5 other used today ADUs in my neighborhood, and so that's 5% so far. If we make it extremely easy to build an ADU, and maybe even throw in some money from the city, it's gonna ruin neighborhoods. Because you take a look at Old Town, and that used to be a very cute neighborhood. Look at Steinbeck's Tortilla Flat. That was that neighborhood, and it's not that way anymore. So I think we should cool our jets. I don't like this at all.
Thank you. Hanson?
Mike, I think your opposition to this is like being against the weather.
I
hate to say that. It's here, man.
It's the thing that really made me mad is that pre-reading.
Yeah.
That Sandy was referring to. I was getting madder and madder as I read that.
Well,
they kept saying, here's another law that you have to deal with.
Right. Well, I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to change the state legislature? Where this is. I think this is
the best place to be. The best place to be is where we are now.
Just count your blessings.
The best place to be is where we are now. We're inside. We can work with it inside. It's very hard to work with something like this from the outside. Very hard. So
you know what's happening in Minnesota, of course. Minneapolis is they have a really interesting historic take on the whole R1 meaning and where it came from. And, there's a lot of sort of ugly historical things attached to that whole tradition. And California is grabbing it and running with it. And we just have to follow state law. It's kind of like what one of our previous applications, with the FCC. It's like, I don't know what choice we have. We've got to we've got to change our ordinances to suit state law.
Yeah.
Just so you know, that Assembly or State Senator Scott, what's his name from? Weiner from San Francisco.
Yeah.
He introduced a bill to get rid of R1 zoning in the state.
Good Lord.
Yes, and so this ADU was a substitute for it. So it could be worse.
Hudson?
I just have a couple comments, and I think we have a decision, and the city has a decision to make, and one is are we encouraging ADUs, or are we going to try and discourage them by, just taking the minimum standards and not increasing them at all? And I think that's, I don't have a strong opinion on that, but I think that is what the city needs to decide. Are we going to say, okay, yes, state, you gave us this law, but now we're just going to do the minimum, and we're going to do that in a way that is not encouraging more housing, and making, I guess, not necessarily, we have the minimum hurdles, but again, that's just a decision to make. In terms of affordability, I mean, anything that's 500 to 800 square feet is not going to, is almost by definition going to be mostly affordable. And you can't be charging we're not San Francisco, and San Francisco now is not charging what they used to charge for a 500 square foot apartment. You're only going to get $1,000, $1,500 for, it's going to relatively be affordable just by nature. What was that? I had another note. I can't remember what I wrote down about economic impact. I can't remember, but those are my only comments. I think as a planning commission and the city, it's really the city. What do we want to be? Do we want to be pro and see how to make it easier? And allow for taller than 16. I mean, as Andy said, 16 feet height, that's going to discourage
Picking stories.
well, it's going to discourage potentially good development, right? So that's the question, is you're going to turn your garage into an ADU, and whereas I could have kept the garage and put it up top, now I'm just going to make it a garage. So the question is, by us trying to discourage, are we just going to do bad planning? And I would, to me, good planning is way better than bad planning. And if we have to do some give and takes, knowing that this is the state of the state, that I would rather, again, have a good set of rules that can be universally implemented and not in a lot of gray area. And then, so it's probably would be more encouraging than less encouraging, but again, want to have good planning versus bad planning. Those are my only comments.
Thank you. Kim, I have a question. In the material below this, it discusses council direction to look at in excess of 16 feet. Where are we on that?
Well, that's part of what you're doing tonight. The current limitation, the city council just adopted an urgency ordinance. Should let you know that. And that ordinance, we basically repealed all of our ADU laws that are inconsistent with state law, which was basically all of them. And then to allow the planning commission to have time to debate ADUs over 16 feet, because the council wanted you to have that deliberation, we established the minimum maximum, which is 16 feet, because there were discussions starting to happen in the community that people might apply for a 25-foot ADU. And we really thought that was a discussion that this planning commission should ultimately recommend to city council what you think about that. So, if you have the ability as the planning commission ultimately, you could make a recommendation or a report to council saying you want to stay exactly with what the state of California has prescribed, which would probably require no changes to our ordinance. Or you could embrace all of the 9 ideas that Andy presented tonight. So I really think it's taken me and I know Andy as well. We've explained and re-explained and discussed these issues back and forth with each other a lot, and they're hard to understand. So give yourself a little bit of patience. Maybe take a couple weeks and come back in 2 weeks and see if you can start to provide us some guidance. Between the minimum maximums and the maximum minimums and all that great language the state law provided us, sort of makes my head want to explode certain days. But, take some time, digest it. I think Andy could share his presentation with you and go through it again and again. And then you could call Andy with questions to make sure you understand it. So at our future meeting, we can talk about it more.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question for Andy and Kim. I'm sorry if my audio is so bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, Terry.
It's awful.
I'll get another one. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. So ultimately, we're going to be crafting, with your help, an ordinance that we're going to be sending to council.
Or not. We can just stay with the
Right.
law.
Okay. Thanks.
Can the height limit be? I mean, is there a way to restrict height? Well, to allow height limit, but to also restrict height limit based upon ocean view, right? To view impact much more for this than other development. Since this is being shoved down our throats, that can we say yes, you can do greater than 16 feet, but if it impacts, your neighbors, and again, I would have no idea how to word that, but if it impacts your neighbor's views, because it's just an accessory dwelling, that we would restrict the height. I mean, I would want to see that, because again, it's not the primary residence that we're fixing, it's your accessory dwelling unit.
Well, I would think that we should probably have an ultimate height limit, because you don't want to, maybe there's no ocean view, but you do have access to light and sun and air. And, you don't need a 35-foot building next to you when you're 12 feet high and you can't see the sun, you can't see anything. I mean,
Clearly there would be some height limit that would be a maximum, right?
Right now, I 16 feet looks good to me.
Andy, I have a question for you.
Yes, Chair Pasco, yes.
When I looked at your package, and it was an excellent package, but you listed with blue boxes a whole bunch of questions. One of my fears tonight was that we were going to get into a discussion on those things, and I was afraid that I was going to be missing something, because there is so many questions you have in there. Could we have more of a discussion, to like a checklist? I don't want to miss any of the questions you ask.
Yes, thank you.
So I think that would be helpful in any future discussion, just to make sure we covered them all. So
I'd be happy to collate that, put that together along with like what Kim had suggested, that I can send you the presentation, and along with that, I'll send a checklist. How about that?
thank you.
Sounds good.
I think it would make it a lot easier on us. So
It would also be nice to get a copy of the ADU law from the state. That booklet that Sandy referred to.
Well, we can.
It's in the back of this packet, the handbook.
Yeah, it's in the last. It's on the last item of this packet on this topic.
On this topic, all right.
But I'm also happy to send it in with the email.
Yeah, that could be also included in the next packet that's coming to us.
That would be nice.
Any other comments from the commission? Well, I'll make a final one. First of all, an outstanding night by staff. It was the whole team. I could see that everybody was putting it together, and we managed to get through it. So I appreciate everybody's time.
Still one item.
We have obviously we have the end of the the comments. So Kim has a topic, and then we have commissioners' comments.
I have no addition to the planning office update.
Okay. That's just the other information that was included on it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Any closing comments by the commission?
It was worth missing the Dodger game for this.
Oh.
Ron.
It's always worth missing a Dodgers game.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you all, and I bid you good night.
Good night.